problema. Can you hear me in the back? Yes? Okay. Please take your seats. We're going to start on time. One more minute and we'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. We're afternoon here on the West Coast as well as the East Coast, but I guess it's around midnight or late night elsewhere in the world, Europe and elsewhere in the world. Welcome to the Gesaria or Kayseri conference and the accompanying exhibit that is on display at the George Deukmejian Hall, or the corridor or the hallway of the George Deukmejian Hall. Let us first watch this very brief video, which is self-explanatory. Other prominent individuals passed away after this video was made, and therefore, as you can see, they don't appear in it. Let us rise for a moment of silence in honor of the heroic Armenian soldiers who sacrificed their lives during the Artsakh War in 2020, as well as all those intellectuals, academicians, scholars, writers, and artists who passed away during the last 2 years of the pandemic. You may be seated. Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite the indefatigable director of the Ararat Eskicia Museum, Mrs. Maggie Mangasarian-Gocin. Maggie.
Thank you, everyone. And it's been 2 years that we haven't been in this beautiful sanctuary. I have to thank my Lord for allowing us that we can reunite again and then continue our mission of preserving our rich heritage. I would like, on behalf of the Ararat Eskicia Museum and the Armenian and the ADTP organization, welcome you all for today's event. The organizations who are collaborating with us are the Armenian Film Foundation, the Armenian Rock Society, Hushamadyan.org in Berlin, the California State University Northridge Armenian Studies, Professor Bahram Shamasian is here, California State University Fresno Armenian Studies, the Naregati Armenian Studies at UCLA, Promise Armenian Studies, Armenian Institute at UCLA, Projects Archives, And all the other organizations, if I failed, I'm so sorry. We welcome you all, and we thank you for your partnership. We also would like to acknowledge Armenian California Humanities for a special grant they provided us for us to be able to put this program together. And one of the organizations that I've been working since 2006 is National Organization in Belmont and Los Angeles. So I thank them too. The last 2 years, we switched to Zoom because of the pandemic, and NASR was the forefront for us to be able to continue our coverage, as well as the Promise Institute. What prompted this conference today? It started in 2014, my journey, memoir that was passed on to me by Nazali Elmasyan and a family collection. At that time, it was translated initially it was translated by an individual by the name Hagop Demircan, and I'm very grateful to him for his translation. The memoir was in Armenian letters, but it's in Turkish, and it's 500 pages. And I realized at the time that it needed an academician to look at it. So we went further away, and through Hashusha Madian Vahitashjan, we were able to have it translated a second time through the perspective of the academician. And this is how this program came into place. I also would like to thank our moderators, Dr. Shamasian, Dr. Carla Garabedian, Dr. Karagözian, and Dr. Peter Kawi, which are going to be tomorrow as this program continues tomorrow. I'd like to thank my indefatigable Seta, who is sitting right there through Zoom, for helping us with this hybrid program. I did not know what hybrid meant until we got the technical part together, that it's complicated. And I have to thank our two technicians here for allowing us to be able to communicate globally with everyone. So back to you, Dr. Shamasian.
I would like to invite Mr. Martin Eskijian, chair of the museum, Ararat Eskijian Museum, and the son of the founder of this museum. Mr. Eskijian.
Thank you, Professor. It's great to be here. It's great to be back here and having our first meeting in more than 2 years in this chapel. A little bit about the history of this organization and this place. My dad is an architect, and his vision was to build a museum and a chapel, and this was the grounds where he selected. He was in his late 70s. He designed it, he raised the money, and the museum was opened in 1985. One of our neighbors was Mr. Sheen, who was a genocide survivor, and somehow my dad talked him into donating money, and that's why the chapel is here. Is very similar to what is in Istanbul for the Armenian Old People's Home, where they have a chapel and a museum on the site. But anyway, welcome to all of you. Thanks especially to Maggie and her team for putting all this together. It's a lot of work. And we're just very blessed to have her here, and we're blessed to have this thing today. When you go home tonight, please don't forget to pray for the Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Now we're going to watch a brief video where Nazeli Elmasyan, a granddaughter of the Timurians, speaks.
Good afternoon. Welcome to an exciting conference and exhibit. And welcome to my home. I call it the White House on Fifth Avenue. This is a craftsman house built in 1911. My family, father, Astro Elmasyan, my mother, Kalanig Timurian Elmasyan, my older brother, Aram, my younger sister, Eleanor, and I, Nazali, have lived here since 1937. Grandpa came to live with us in his later years. This is where he wrote his life story, his memoirs. Incidentally, I never heard anyone call him Setrag. it was always Setrag Aga. In the Bible, in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11, it says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." God had a plan for grandfather, and he has a plan for you and me. Grandpa wanted to write the story of his life. And one day I discovered a notebook in one of our closets. The handwriting was beautiful, very neat, carefully written. It was written in Turkish with Armenian letters. On the inside of the front cover was written that he hopes that someday it would be translated for his grandchildren to read and to learn about his life. A seed was planted in my heart. And in God's plan, years later, he led me to put his wish into motion. The over 150 pages have now been translated into English. God plans unfold. In 1943, on my way home from City College, I was run over by a truck. God spared my life. And today, at 97, I can say with much joy, "Grandpa, your wish has been fulfilled. Your notebook, which I found many years ago, has been translated." I'd also like to tell Grandpa that I can read his story. And in fact, I have read his story. I would love to tell him that I've read his memoirs and what an amazing plan God had for your life, trusting the Lord and living an exemplary life. Most importantly, you gave me my mother. She too was an exemplary Christian. I'd also love to tell grandfather that he has two great grandchildren, Shannon and Dylan Sarnowski, both graduates of UCLA. Their parents are Jed and Joy Sarnowski. Joy, their mother, is your great granddaughter. One day they too will read your story and learn about your life and their heritage. Your great grandson, Carl Nurnberger, and his wife Joni live in Littleton, Colorado. Carl has read your memoirs. I asked him what he thought. He answered with one word: incredible. I know grandfather would want to join me in saying, "To God be the glory." You can't have a conference like this without many hours of planning and preparation. I know Grandpa would want to join me and my family in thanking Maggie Mangasarian Goshen, Tina Demirjan, Sophie Kachmalyan, Carol Tuntland, and Mary Villarreal, 5 gifted ladies in their field. And a heartfelt thanks to all participants and to our at home and the museum. Thank you all so much. Looking forward with anticipation to an exciting, interesting, educational, and inspirational time for all, those here and those far away. Enjoy and thank you.
Thank you. The city of Gesaria or Kayseri, with the eponymous Sancak or county, were situated in the Ottoman Vilayet or province of Angora, Ankara, within the general geographical area of Cappadocia to the west of the historic Armenian highland. Some of the more than 30 surrounding Armenian inhabited villages and towns were Munjusun, Efkere, Germir, Talas, Tomarza, Chomakhlu, Everek, Fenese, and of course others. The city of Gesaria before the genocide had about 20,000 Armenian inhabitants, and some 50,000 Armenians lived in the county. They were goldsmiths, craftsmen, manufacturers of textiles and leather goods, etc., as well as makers of cured meat like basturma and sujuk. Furthermore, there were 3 apostolic, 2 evangelical or Protestant, and 1 Catholic church in the city itself with their respective parochial schools. During the genocide, most Armenians in the city as well as the county were killed. After World War I, some survivors returned to their homes, but eventually they relocated to Istanbul under pressure. In the diaspora, they formed compatriotic associations, in the United States, South America, and the Middle East. It is with this backdrop that we would now like to begin our presentations. I'm going to invite Professor Barlo Dermagedician, who is the director of the Armenian Studies program at California State University, Fresno, and a very good friend of mine. We were classmates at UCLA. He is a very hardworking professor, and I'm proud to say that he is my friend. Barlo, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can't hear you, Barlo. Can you unmute yourself?
I am speaking. Should be able to hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Shemasian. I'm going to be moderating the first session this afternoon, which is going to be reflecting on the memoirs of the person we were just hearing from, Setrak Timurian, which is going to be called, his memoirs are going to be called In Front of the Eyes of the World, the memoirs of Setrak Timurian. And his memoirs reflect on his life in Gesaria, Kayseri, gives us a glimpse into that life, also his life in Istanbul, and finally his immigration to California in the early 19th century. So this timely translation of Timurian's memoir from Armeno-Turkish is now planning to be published through the Armenian series of the press at California State University, Fresno, of which I'm the general editor. And this memoir will reveal the intersection of politics, religion, commerce, and daily life from the Ottoman Empire to Armenian settlements, where he finally settled in Fresno and Los Angeles. So this afternoon, we're going to have 2 people who were intimately involved in reading and the translation and the editing of these memoirs, who are going to participate in a conversation to give us some background about the memoirs. And what we're going to do is I will introduce both guests, and then I will ask them to begin the discussion. And then at some point toward the end of the discussion, there'll be an opportunity for questions, both online questions. You can use the chat function, or for those that are in person, Dr. Shemasian will be moderating those questions, which will be towards our 2 discussants. So let me introduce our 2 discussants today. And the first is Dr. Vahe Tashjan. He received his doctorate at the École des Hautes Études and Social Sciences in Paris, and his numerous articles and books examined French colonialism, Armenians in the Ottoman Empire, and refugee issues in the Middle East. He is the project director and the chief editor of the Berlin-based Hushabmadyan website, which aims to reconstruct Ottoman Armenians' local history and life stories. Our second guest speaker discussant is Dr. Tolga Jora, who is an assistant professor at the Department of History at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul. And his research focuses on the social and economic histories of the Armenian communities, with a particular focus on their role in textile and carpet production in the late Ottoman Empire. So at this time, I'm going to ask Tolga to begin the discussion with a little bit of the background about his involvement in the memoir. And then we'll follow that up with Dr. Tashjan, who will continue that discussion and then an opportunity to speak to each other. So I'll hand it off to Dr. Tolga Joda.
Thank you. Can you see me and hear me well? I don't know. It's 1 a.m, so I apologize for any mistakes I make, but thank you very much for inviting me and for making me part of the quite exciting conference. Indeed, we have prepared a presentation, Professor Dermagidicyan, and Wahe will begin and he will say a few words, and then I will pick up and talk about the memoirs if it's fine with you too. Okay?
Sure.
Wahe, would you like to start?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Bardo. So I will start, and before Tolga starts presenting in detail Setrak Timurian's manuscript, or as Nazeli said, Setrak Agha Timurian's manuscript, I would like to make some general comments on autobiographical works written by Armenians in post-genocide period. So self-narrative works, or what today we call ego documents, were not an unfamiliar literary genre among Armenians of the Ottoman Empire. However, writing this genre of works took an unprecedented scope in post-genocide years. So there was an extraordinary dedication among the first generation of Armenian survivors living both in the diaspora and Soviet Armenia to restore in different ways the memory of their lost life, as well as the memory of their lost native village or town. And during this period, it was usual to find almost in every family at least one member or one relative who devoted himself or herself to such endeavors. Who is going to write our history? So that was the existential question alarming the first generation of exiles. And that was a time when Turkish state denialism, international indifference, and neglect towards their situation were evident in its various forms. And in these circumstances, the first generation of Armenians were convinced that coming generations would be unable to understand their history, to reconstruct the memory of their life as well as the memory of their native land in a genuinely comprehensive manner. For that reason, they felt the need to immortalize the legacy of their past and the enormous injustice that they experienced by putting pen to paper and writing eyewitness testimonies. So during this same period, it was also the decades-long dream of many who made up the first generation of Armenian exiles to remember their native village or town, to collect written accounts and photos and maps of Armenian life there, to raise funds among compatriots having ties with that village or town, and at the end to publish a book that displayed all of this material. It was in this general environment, starting in the 1920s, that besides autobiographical memories or memoirs, books began to appear in succession in various Armenian diasporic communities by authors attempting to revitalize the Armenian past of their native community in villages, towns, and cities. So this new genre was called Hushamadian books, dedicated to the native city or village. There's an equivalent among Jewish survivors of the Holocaust who after World War II started to publish memorial books called, in this case and in Yiddish, Yizkerbuch. And these were books dedicated to the lost Jewish collective life in cities, towns, and villages in Central and Eastern Europe. So in many Hushamadian books, the author's personal memory and the memory of his or her native place are paired off and woven together. Therefore, I think, as we discussed this with Tolga recently, that Hushamadian genre of books, memorial books about towns and villages, could be also categorized as ego documents like memoirs, letters, diaries. And it is very usual to see that in Hushamadian books, the personal memory of the author and the memory of the native place traverse the same scene hand in hand. Today, when we attempt to study the Ottoman Armenian history to reconstruct the social landscape and daily life of Ottoman Armenians through primary sources, this kind of ego documents, memoirs like the one written by Setrak Timurian, or memorial books about villages and towns, stand before us as shining beacons illuminating our way forward. Of course, the authors of these books, like Setrak Timurian, were also the bearers of the collective concerns and feelings of the times, I mean, the post-genocide years. In other words, the author's language is marked by a combination of sentimentality, subjectivity, and frustration, given all their grievances caused by the genocide. The loss of loved ones, the destruction of life in their native towns and villages, the impossibility of returning to their homeland, the denial by the Turkish government of the crime perpetrated against them, the hardship and pain of starting a new life in exile, and many other things besides. However, despite the ideological stamp of the times, they provide us numerous authentic images of Ottoman Armenian life in cities, towns, and villages. And such images, such details of Armenian local history are hardly mentioned in Ottoman archives or any other non-Armenian sources. These writings open up the world of the Ottoman Armenian microhistory and present us the social milieu with deeply penetrating details. And in this sense, Setrak Timurian's manuscript and similar works produced by this generation are considered as very important primary sources. They shed light on the Armenian life in the Ottoman Empire, on the life and prevalent social conditions that existed there. And through these books, it is possible to closely learn about, study, and understand the Ottoman local history. I give the floor to Tolga.
Thank you, Vahe. I will share the screen. Can you? I think I'm disabled. Can you authorize me to share the screen? Okay, thank you. Okay. I was born on May 15 or 28, 1860, in the house belonging to my father. It was close to Bahçebaşı in the Rumian neighborhood, which was named by the government. Rumian neighborhood was in Kayseri, within the jurisdiction of Ankara province. Kayseri was located close to Mount Erciyes, which is considered the father of the Taurus Mountains, with its 13,000 feet high. It is an old city populated with 40,000 Muslims, 20,000 Armenians, and 2,000 rooms. Before Christ, the original city was called the Old City, Eskişehir, and located on the hill closer to Erciyes in the east of today's Kayseri, where Armenians have their orchards. This is how Setrak Timurian begins his memoirs, or as he calls it quite often throughout the manuscript, his life story. It covers the life of Mr. Timurian from 1860s to 1930s, from Kayseri, Istanbul, Fresno, his sojourns in Europe, in London, and short stays in New York. For me, as a scholar of Ottoman Armenian, particularly the memoirs they left, Mr. Timurian's memoirs show how extraordinary was the life of an ordinary Armenian. The memoirs prove the saying that each Armenian is a testimony by himself or herself. Before going into various aspects of the memoir, and I will often leave it to the words of Mr. Timurian themselves, I would like to give you some information about the memoir. First, you might have noticed that I'm referring to Setrak Timuryan or Setrak Ağa as Mr. Timuryan rather than Setrak Efendi or Setrak Ağa, which he was probably called while he was still in the Ottoman Empire. The reason for this is the fact that Mr. Timuryan or Setrak Ağa was so proud of his lineage, thus his surname. Seeing green on the headgear, don't assume them being Turks. We have been sons of an emir since time immemorial. Young and old, all of us are dressed in fur. Since our fathers and grandfathers, we are Emirzades or Temirzades, which means Timurian. Temir and the Timur are the same word in Turkish. Another issue I need to discuss briefly is the whole effort of transliterating and then translating the manuscript. It necessitated a teamwork. The manuscript was, to be exact, 158 pages long, and that was only the life story part, and there were many others in the manuscript. It was written in the local Turkish dialect of Kayseri, with occasional uses of Armenian words and increasingly English words, all written in Armenian script, just to give you an idea about how they look like. It took us, the team, weeks of work to decipher the text, let alone the footnotes, which you see on the right, and other editing, and transliterate the text from Armenian script, Turkish and Armenian script, into Turkish and Latin script. And then that was carried out by myself and my colleague, Dr. Murat Cankara, the foremost expert on Turkish and Armenian letters, known as Armenian Turkish, especially in the 19th and 20th century manuscripts and publications. Then it was translated into English by Dr. İpek Üner, a graduate of University of Chicago and an assistant professor of Turkish literature. The goal was to make the most meaning out of the 19th century spoken Turkish, within which Mr. Timuryan wrote his memoir. For me, working on Timuryan was the best activity of the pandemic period. The third point I want to mention is that Timuryan's memoir is simply a mine of information about the social and cultural life of Armenians, particularly the Armenians of Kayseri, but other locations, Istanbul and Fresno as well. Yet it is also, and more so, a very rare window that is opening to the mind and heart of a man. Mr. Timuryan wrote the memoirs in different stages in his life, by which I mean he wrote some of it after around 1819, some in 1920, some in 1922, and so on. The change of mood was so interesting for me, as it was the most concrete proof that I was dealing with a real person. I wasn't reading a book, but Mr. Timuryan was speaking to me. For instance, Mr. Timuryan was a different man in 1918, 2 years after his emigration to the US, and the war was over. He was proud of his past achievements and full of hope about his future. You can sense how excited he was about the new life that he was trying to create in the US for himself and for his family. This was in sharp contrast with the endless failures in business and the bitterness at the end of the memoir, particularly starting with the loss of his beloved wife, Nazen Telfayan, in 1922. This is the page in which he talks about how she passed away. And that is the note that he took later, once again on the page, the year that Nazen Hanım died, was 1922. She was always Nazen Hanım in the memoirs. Mr. Timuryan used the Turkish honorific title for a woman while referring to his beloved wife. Wahe, would you like to say a few more?
Thank you, Tolga. One might ask why, despite the uncontestable importance of Setrak Timurian's memoirs, as well as many other memoirs and memorial books written by the first generation of Armenian exiles, this kind of manuscripts remained unpublished during the lifetime of their authors. It was thanks to the great efforts of Magi, as we heard at the beginning of this conference, that Setrak Timurian's manuscript, after all these years, is now subject to study. But until today, we can find a great number of unpublished memoirs, many other unpublished memoirs, which are kept in family homes or the archives of various institutions. And here too, my comments will be made in the general framework of memoirs writing by Armenians in post-genocide period. So many of these authors had only primary education in their village or town Armenian schools. Sometimes they wrote in simple conversational Armenian. Their writing was rife with grammatical and dictation mistakes. In other circumstances, most would be discouraged from embarking on a writing project if they hadn't yet mastered a language or couldn't write without making mistakes. But most of our memoirists, I mean, the memoirists of the first generation of Armenian exiles, ignored this hurdle and in the process left us a considerable number of memoirs and memorial books. So if the hurdle of writing was cleared, there was still the obstacle of printing the memoirs. And here, many memoirists have failed. One of the reasons was the lack, of course, of financial means at a time when the majority of the diasporan Armenians were refugees and were living in desperate conditions. Another reason for not publishing such valuable works was the conviction of their authors that their manuscript should be completed and refined. Therefore, they constantly reworked their text until their death, and the work remained unpublished. In such cases, it is possible to find 2, 3, and even more versions of the same work. No one of them was ever published. There was another factor which is more related to the general climate of that period. Memoirs, or more generally, self-narrative works, have been for a long time a badly neglected genre in international academic world. I'm not referring here only to the Armenian academic world. It was only in the 1980s and in the Armenian studies, perhaps 1 or 2 decades later, that academics started to adopt really a more serious approach towards this genre of works. I mean, it is relatively new that memoirs are treated as fundamental primary sources, as monuments, to use Mark Neshanian's expression. In other words, it was hard to imagine that an ordinary memoirist would be able to find a publisher for his work. I said ordinary because writing memoirs was generally the exclusive domain of public figures and intellectuals. And ordinary, I use here, of course, in quotes. The sad thing is that this fact has helped shape decisions about whether to make memoirs written by ordinary Armenians, like the one written by Setrak Timurian, available to the public. But in the case of Setrak Timurian's memoirs, there is probably another main reason why the work waited so long to see the light. The manuscript, as Tolga already said, is in Armeno-Turkish. In other words, the language is Turkish using Armenian scripts. This was something common among Turkish-speaker Ottoman Armenians. There were numerous Armenian newspapers and books published in this language during Ottoman period. But times had changed. In post-genocide years, in 1920s, 30s, we can observe an intensification of the nationalist concept designed to distinguish within Armenian culture what is authentically Armenian and what is a direct Turkish Ottoman heritage, and consequently something to be excluded. So this dichotomy marked the post-genocide and post-Ottoman period of Armenian community life in the diaspora. And in an environment marked by this kind of intolerance, several vectors of the intangible Armenian heritage were now targeted by the communal elite, since they were viewed as belonging to the Turkish Ottoman heritage. For example, Turkish language, dialects, some musical instruments, Sharki and Alaturka songs, church architecture, and other examples could be also mentioned, but this is not the ideal place to elaborate this topic. So the continuation of the use of Armeno-Turkish was also targeted during that period in a way that the publications in this language decreased rapidly. And in the 1930s, during the time when Timurian finalized his memoirs, it was rare to find new publications in this language. I'm pleased to say that times have changed again. Almost 100 years later, there is a renewed consciousness of the importance of such manuscripts. Hopefully, Setrak Timurian's memoirs will be published. The publication of this amazing work will be an interesting collaboration between, on the one hand, Armenian scholars, Armenian-American publisher, a museum director, and family members, and on the other, Turkish scholars and translators, İpek, Murat, and Tolga. Tolga, to whom I give the floor.
Thank you, Wahid. I picked up a few themes that to give you the taste of what the memoirs look like. So let me share the screen once again. And this time I will do the slideshow. So I'm taking a time, sorry. Okay. So you see the screen, right? There's no problem with the PowerPoint. Do you see the PowerPoint? No? Is there a problem? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it good?
Yes.
Do you see the PowerPoint
Yes,
now? Okay,
we can
good.
see it
Thank
now.
you. Thank you. Mr. Timurian, one of the themes that I would like to talk about briefly that I picked from the memoir is religion and Mr. Timurian's relation with religion. I thought that will be a suitable theme for although I'm not presently there, but I think it talks to the environment that most of you are. Mr. Timurian was a pious man. I'm saying that piety was central to Mr. Timurian's self. It was simply because he was living in an age that many people, if not all, were practicing Christians. But indeed, that was more than that. And Mr. Timurian himself was not a pious man when he was young. I was neither religious nor irreligious, but slowly I was taking the path towards the latter. I objected to many things. I did also not believe in many things due to ignorance. The idea that intelligent men are not religious, they are atheists, was fashionable at the time. These and my youthful desires were new, and I was following the nature that had been dragging me. As a consequence, bad friends, immorality, mendacity, swearing, and the like continued in despicable circumstances, and I was being drawn into a vast whirlpool of different moral qualities. So this is not something that you would expect to hear from an Armenian in the 1870s, 80s Kayseri, but that is how the memoirs are so interesting. Mr. Timurian wanted a religion that had ideals. Thus, religion and his goals in life would match each other. For instance, he was critical of his brother-in-law, who was indeed a very religious man. I quote from him, "That said, my sister's husband, Anaryaoğlu, was a very religious person, according to his own beliefs. He woke up early every day and ran to the church. He fasted regularly twice a week, sometimes fast for the whole day. He didn't know of a blasphemy, a clean and pure man. But his religiosity without any knowledge, this purity without any ideals, did not resonate with my racing mind and the conceptions and ideals I gained in Istanbul. Mr. Timurian found what he was looking for in a small church community in Kayseri. It was called Rusavoricyan. Through the guidance of Hacı Hovhannes Tüfekçiyan, he has led me to clear and simple biblical sermons at Rusavoricyan in Garutun, which was founded in 1870 in Kayseri. When I went to this Inkaratyon for the first time, I wanted to go again. I was naturally inclined to love the good, to appreciate, strengthen, and advance it. And the idea that I got in Istanbul further helped me. In Europe, every establishment has progressed through partnership. So I felt indebted to become a member of this Inkaratyon and to strengthen it. In 1880, I became a member, an official member. As these are the beginnings of ages in world history, one's life has some days of beginning. And a significant beginning in my life should be rightfully considered my entrance to this Inkaratyon. The Lusovorichans was a reformist group within the Armenian Apostolic Church, deeply influenced by the Protestant missionaries. However, they remained within the Apostolic Church to reform it within. Avedis Yeretyan was the charismatic leader of the movement, and he remained so until he was murdered during the Hamidian massacres in Kayseri. Yeretyan left a deep impact on Mr. Timurian. I quote from the memoir. The original leader of this Inkaratyon, Yeretyan Avedis Efendi, was in the US back then. With no doubt, I'm indebted first to God and then to this person for my life. For the first time, I have encountered a person truly caring for the millet, the community, even caring more for the human being, a pure, religious, knowledgeable, intelligent, very clever, prudent person with the skills of a diplomat. The millet, the community, should be proud of these kinds of people. Unfortunately, very few appreciated them. So my God has shaped my fortune through leading me away from Istanbul, where he was there for a small period of time, and making me a member of this Inkaratyon. And through the guidance of this man, I am aroused by the pure calling and drinking the milk of the Bible. At that time, I was awakened as if from sleep and saw God's guidance. Glory to God. This Inkaratyon had problems, internal ones and external ones, and Mr. Timurian hilariously put it as, I quote, because an Armenian Inkaratyon wouldn't lack quarrels, they quarrel. Of course, with the notables, the Hacı Ağas, as they were called, and the bishop, the local apostolic bishop, that is the old elite, Armenian elite of Kayseri, and with the government, which was happy to see the divisions within the Armenian community. Yet it survived in the 1890s, and this is a document that I found in the archives about the Inkaratyon, about the association, that this is the signature of Tetrarch Timurian, saying that they are only reading Bible, nothing doing harm against the community, against the state. And Mr. Timurian discussed in length the role of this Inkaratyon in the religious life of Kayseri in general. And this is a very rare piece of knowledge about how people indeed lived and organized their lives around religion, something that is almost impossible to find out in many other sources. This piety was part of Timurian that lasted until the end of his life, as he became a deacon at the evangelical church after he migrated to the US. Throughout his life, he interpreted things, his life, successes, failures, from a religious point of view. Successes were grace of God, failures as a test to increase his endurance. Thus, Mr. Timurian's memoirs give a perspective that is either lost or not examined deeply due to secular approaches in social science and historical inquiries, but that was the life that most of the Armenians were pursuing in the period. Another theme that I picked from the memoir, again to just give you a taste, of both how Mr. Timurian taught and experienced his life, as well as the social life of Armenians in Kayseri. And that theme is education. That was a central theme to Timurian's memoir. And the memoirs describe pages over pages how bad the education was in Kayseri. And whether it was really bad or not was another issue, since we know that after 1863, the Armenian community, in the empire, the general community, the community administration undertook development of the schools in the province. And there were a number of philanthropic organizations which also worked towards the dissemination of education to the provinces. So we know that at least in the period, there were some attempts to improve things. However, in my opinion, and I'm speaking as someone who has been working on the memoirs for some time, the negative comments of Mr. Timurian about the quality of the education was based on two different reasons. First, it was related to the fact that Timurian's criticism towards the Armenian Apostolic Church in general, as in the education in the period was still within the concerns of the Apostolic Church, and its subject was still religion. And second, his negative comments carry the bitterness of Mr. Timurian, who had always wanted to receive high education, but couldn't have. It was something that, however, that he was able to give to his children. I had an aptitude for learning. It seems like this characteristic was somehow apparent when I was a kid. And in my life, as relatives and friends told my mother and father many times that this Setrak has a kind of sparkle you will benefit from him. This is how he talks about it, remembers those days. Mr. Timurian, as I said, was very critical of the schools that he went while he was a kid. He says, my education started when I was 6 years old. First, I went to a teacher called Topal Garabeda Lane, as a kind of private school that was operating locally in the neighborhood. This person didn't know anything beyond reading. He was crippled in one hand and lame, so he was able to walk with difficulty. It seems that back then, those who lacked a craft or a business were becoming kahana and to make a good living, and this person, being lame and crippled, couldn't become a kahana, thus decided to be a varjapet, simply to make a living. Apparently, a person of goodwill has taught this man to read so that he can open a local school and teach a few kids so that he will have an income and won't starve. Surely not motivated by the noble feelings of serving one's millet or educating ignorant youth into becoming good men for it. Another quote related to education. Even though my father sent his other children to school, he wasn't happy with them. He wanted me to study well. After I finished Avederan at Lusovoris Cam, Lusovoris Cam was one of the important churches in Kayseri. No classes were left for me. It was necessary for me to go to a higher school. But there was none at Kayseri. In our neighborhood, a father named Arapkirli Sebu from Arapkir, and his son opened the school. I went there for a few months, but there wasn't much to learn there. I merely learned reading and writing in Arabic letters. At that time, a man called Kartalyan Kevork Efendi came from Istanbul, opened a school at Gönhane district. They quickly placed me there. We were around 10, 12 students. Taking our cushions and chess, we went to attend this school and make progress. This school and teacher were significantly above the other millet schools. We had lessons on Karaganutyon grammar, Turkish writing and grammar, and some Tvapanutyon mathematics, basic algebra. Later he says, because I was left orphaned, that his father, Setrak Timurian's father, passed away when he was quite young, and without a guardian, and because we had no money that could be spent for my studies we were required to make a living. That's how he stopped going to school. And he continues, if we had the opportunity and money, there were some schools providing higher levels of education in Istanbul at that time. But he couldn't come. Mr. Timurian couldn't study to the degree he wanted as he had to start working. But in his words, he had graduated from the School of Life. In quotes, I also have to admit that these 5 years of my life were not spent for nothing. The first time that he was in Istanbul, then he came back to Kayseri. I have graduated from the School of Life with a degree in job experience. And that proved to be very useful for me for the rest of my life. Yet years later, when he was in Istanbul, once again, he did everything for his children to receive high education. Anarik and Onnik first went to the American school in Gedikpaşa for a few years, in a school known as Gargurs School. Then in Kayseri in the School of Engarasyon, then in Haydarpaşa in Azayın School, and Palakasyan School. But now it was necessary for them to go to a higher school. At that time in Istanbul, Robert College was the most fitting for us. It was at the tip of the town called Rumeli Hisarı, in a pleasant spot looking over Bosphorus.
I apologize for interrupting. I would like to remind our speakers that they have 5 more minutes to make their presentations, after which we're going to field questions both from the hall here as well as via Zoom. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And maybe I should, and then he was able to send his sons, Haygalus and Levon, to study at this famous Barizak Bahçecik American school. The third theme that I would like to briefly talk about is the massacres, the Hamidian massacres. Mr. Timurian migrated to Istanbul when he was very young with the hope of making some money. And after a few years, during which he learned a lot about the life, he was back in Kayseri to start some business. And he would turn into a successful businessman, particularly in carpet business, which I will touch upon in my talk tomorrow. Yet he had to leave Kayseri once again, this time after the Hamidian massacres. I have already mentioned the murder of Avedis Yeretyan, Mr. Timurian's spiritual leader during the violence. Mr. Timurian gives minute descriptions of the event. On November 1895, on a Shabbat at 9 o'clock, according to the Turkish time, the bloodshed began. Also in lives fell victim only from among the Armenian youth. I and Kundakçıyan Grigora were next door neighbors. We agreed in advance to stay home and not to go to the bazaar. Kundakçıyan house was newly built. It had high walls and was separated from the neighborhood. So it wasn't possible to enter it from the roof. It was like a castle. For that reason, as soon as we heard about what was going on, we gathered at Kundakçıyan's house, taking along our weapons. During the day, it continued from 9 to 1 according to Turkish time. Solely from our neighborhood, starting from the top of the street, they looted 10 houses and killed 19 people just in front of our eyes. The house of our leader, Dr. Avedis Efendi Yeretyan's house, was among the houses that were burned down. What a dreadful day and night it was. All the Armenians of the city were shedding tears of blood, fear, shivering, looting, plunder, death, and sigh, and lament. Even imagining it would cause one tremble. I was shot on my forehead, drenched in blood. Kundakçıyan was shot next to his eye. There was no one to help, no assistance. Cries and lamentations were heard from everywhere, gunshots. Under these conditions, we were trying again to protect the whole neighborhood, our family, and the children, with the guns in our hands, only 2 of them. We prayed for five minutes on our feet and surrendered ourselves to God. We understood that this was our last hour, but taking courage from the presence of God, we started to protect our lives and honor against those terrible and monstrous people and a group of barbarians. I could never forget that 5 minutes spent with prayer. For Mr. Timurian, that was a turning point, that he had to leave the province of Kayseri, particularly worried about his daughters and their safety. Thus, he moved to Istanbul, where he thought it would be safer. There, he would witness the massacres of Istanbul too, but he will be saved as they were able to run away to the Principal Island, not the city, away from the city. Mr. Timurian left the country in 1912 before the genocide. Therefore, the Hamidian massacres left a tremendous impact on him, resulting in him leaving his homeland. That was the beginning of the story of
Apologize
exile.
again, but we have to stop our presentation so that we can start taking
I
questions.
was about to end, sorry.
Okay, I'll give you 1 more minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyways, that's how the memoirs and these beautiful artifacts and objects reach us. And as we're running out of our time, I'm stopping here. So I can simply add that there are numerous details and I wasn't able to cover in this talk. For them, I think you have to wait until the book is out, but of course we can use the Q&A as well. Thank you.
Thank you for this enlightening presentation. Now we're going to take questions, 2 or 3 via Zoom, and that part is going to be moderated by Professor Dermagerdician, and I'll be moderating 2 or 3 questions from the hall here live. Professor Dermagerdician, the floor is yours.
So I would ask those that are going to ask the questions to use the question and answer function of the webinar so that we can see questions. I don't have any questions that are posed yet, but I do have a question that I would like to ask to start the questions. This is directed towards Vahe. You touched earlier in your presentation on the significance of these types of memoirs. And so my question to you is, how would you assess the state of publication and an idea of how many we have and how many you think may still be out there that really need to be published or found?
I can give you clear numbers about the memorial books, the Hushamadian genre of books. About the memoirs, I mean the private memoirs, I don't have any number. But concerning the Hushamadian genre of books, we know that there are between 200 and 300 books already published. I mean published and that are known to the public. But of course, there are many others which are unpublished, and you can find them in family homes, in different institutions, archives, and these are really plenty. Memoirs, memorial books in Armenia, for example, in the State Archive, in Madenataran, even in family homes. Yeah, and I mean, I have daily based contacts with family through my work, my Hushamadian website, and I can say that we can find treasures in family homes, that unpublished books about village life in this or that area of the Ottoman Empire, memoirs, unpublished memoirs, sometimes recordings that the family members made about the history of the family, songs, and this kind of things are really, you can find still treasures in different parts of the world. And I don't have any numbers, but really you need a whole team to different universities to collect all this and to study them. Yeah, and it's not enough only to collect them, but it's what we need is to study them, to publish them, and to make them public, available to the public.
Okay, Varam, do you have a question from there? I do have one here again, so I can do that. Or if you have one from the in-person. I think you're on mute, Varam. I cannot hear you.
You can't hear me?
Now I can. Now I can, yes.
Okay. Why don't you finish your part and I'll do my part afterwards.
Okay, so I have 3 or 4 questions, but I'll try to at least make them clear. So a question for either, again, Tolga or Vahe. Thank you for your amazing work. I'm looking forward to reading the book. How much information is there regarding gender relations? So either,
Within the memoir,
yes,
apparently.
yes.
I picked this up, Wahe, if you don't mind.
Please.
A lot. It needs a separate analysis, definitely. And of course, it's also about the way in which he talks about the Tetrarch Timurian, talks about his daughters, his wife, and it's a man's world for obvious reasons. I mean, it's the 19th century Ottoman Empire. The women were mostly restricted to, the domestic space, their homes, and Tetrarch Timurian, although he had quite progressive ideas in certain affairs, he was a man of his age, of the period. So there are a lot, but it's more about the silences, that the invisibility of the women in the memoirs. However, at the same time, also that's something I don't know whether I was able to give or not, because it's not towards the end of the talk, that he was very much concerned about giving education to his daughters. So that is, I believe, quite an interesting thing to think about, at least for a second, because it was also representing a certain type of Armenian middle class elite that were very much concerned about, that their daughters should be educated. Of course, there are reasons for that. Whether they would be part of the public life or not is another issue. Regarding something that I found quite interesting, and I don't think we have time to get into that, but Mr. Timurian's relations with Nazım, with his wife. And because there you see that the intimate relations, meaning the life, that the love relations, as well as, the love between two spouses, but at the same time, that's the limits to that. For instance, there's a theme that I will only give one example, that he was arrested, he was in prison for some time, and that apparently he was confused, or that the police was trying to get some bribes. That's a different issue. You can read it more in the memoirs. But after he was released from the prison, the first thing was not to go to home, to his family. He went to his job, to the market, to his shop. He went to a barber shop. He shaved and talked with his friends, and then went to home. So it is also went home. So this also gives us an idea about, the relations between a man of the period and his family. So I don't know how much of this answers this, but answer your question.
Thank you. Now there are about 3 questions, very interestingly, and Vahe, I'll just put it to you, but 3 different questions are all regarding people who have or in the process of working with their family memoirs, and they're asking, how do you get that to a scholar, or how do we get that to you? And maybe you can share your email in the chat. But just a direct question to you was, and to both Tolga and you, but if they have materials, is that something that you are prepared to help them with, to help people with?
I can try. I'm sure that Vahe is the expert on this in terms of, the collaboration. He has been working on these things for time. Vahe?
When people send us memoirs, many of them send them not only for scholarly studies, but also they want a translation for it, because most of the memoirs are written in Armenian, or as we have seen the case of Timurian's memoir in Armeno-Turkish. So we can find families where there is a memoir, there is such treasures, but the family don't have the ability to read that memoir. So they ask us the translation, and sometimes there are very large memoirs. For last time we received a memoir of some 800 pages, very interesting memoirs, but we cannot translate them with our means, with the financial means that we have. So in this case, we ask the family if they have the possibility to translate it, or to finance the translation of the work. And in this case, we can collaborate. But on the other side, if they want to send us just for a scholarly study, we are ready to do it. This is another case. And so just the first contact, we need a first contact, then we can explain it, the whole situation.
Okay. Varamo, you want me to keep going? Because I have.
Let me take over, Barlow. And
Okay.
thank you, Vahe, and thank you, Tolga, for this very interesting presentation together. Now, I would like to, we are going to receive questions from the floor. Yes.
Hi, my name is Sosi Kevonian, and I was surprised to hear that education was bad in Gesaria, because in 2015, I published my grandfather's memoirs, Carnages in Gesaria, and in there he mentions several schools in Gesaria per se. And even they opened a school for girls, and my two great aunts were teachers in those schools. And my great grandfather, after graduating from Lebanon's Antura College, he went back to Gesaria and taught the French language. So with all these things, I don't know how education level will be bad in Gesaria. In fact, this book that I published, The Carnages of Gesaria, I translated it in 5 languages, even Turkish. Thank you. I would like some clarification about the education. You said it's bad. I don't believe that.
Maybe a clarification. I didn't say it was bad. I don't know whether you can hear me. This is what Setrak Timurian was thinking, if that was a misunderstanding.
Can I just intervene with a short notice? I think that there is a reality here that Setrak Timurian was educated in the 1860s, 1870s. So that means in a time where the school network was not developed very much in the whole Ottoman Empire. And so, of course, later especially in the early 20th century, that network was developed and there were high quality schools in Kayseri and everywhere where there were Armenian populations in the Ottoman Empire. But here we are talking about the 1870s, 1860s, and that makes the difference.
Hello, thank you very much for your work. I'm curious when you talked about primary sources, seeing the memoirs as primary sources, and I guess there are secondary and tertiary sources. I wonder where the costumes and textiles of the exhibit we have today fall in that, because in the same way that Tolga, you talked about the mood, Setrak's mood, how you realize you were really listening to someone, a person, a human of the past. I think sometimes the clothing has given that same feeling when you walk in the room and you see them as they are right now, set up. Suddenly you understand the mood of that. Thank you.
Definitely, that's an excellent question. That the textiles, I mean, I studied this, not the cultural aspect of it, but mostly the social and economic aspect of it, meaning who were producing it, etc. The textiles, of course, they are among the for me, the primary sources, because you can, as you said, you can make a number of, you can extract the meaning of the within which, or the meaning, the social meaning within which they were used, then how they reflect the mood of the people. And they are indeed, you can consider them as archival documents, depending on how you use them. And there's an excellent collection of the Timurian Telsayan family. Therefore, I would say for me that they are among the primary sources, as well as now there are many works, academically speaking, or an approach to understand how the textiles were made and how they carry the mood of their makers, that how they were woven, the kind of the mood, that the emotions, especially this is valid for the embroidery, for instance, for the Armenian embroidery, there's something quite important. I'm sure you know it better than I do. Therefore, I would consider them as among the primary sources. Even for some people, they might be considered ego documents, depending on the type of the information, either an emotion or factual information that was sometimes embedded on the or within the on the textile itself.
One more questions from the field, if there is any.
Hello? Okay. I actually have a question. In regards to the use of Armeno-Turkish, does it have any like socioeconomic or socio-political implications of if an Armenian was to use Armeno-Turkish rather than, just having knowledge of Armenian or rather not being literate at all?
What?
I didn't understand very well the question.
Well, I guess if like an
I can't hear.
Oh,
The
we
question
couldn't
was,
hear
the question was about, Vahe, was about, does using Armeno-Turkish indicate any social or economic level of that person? In other words,
Okay.
would it be a poorer person necessarily, or what's the context of it?
Not necessarily. In Istanbul, for example, where there were so many Armeno-Turkish newspapers. These kind of newspapers were read by different classes of people. Of course, the new generation. There was also. We are talking about this is the time of Timurian. That means from the start of 1850s or 1860s, there was also the Armenian Renaissance, the Armenian Zartung, and there were a new generation of Armenians, especially prepared in Armenian schools, in Armenian seminaries, religious seminaries. For them, they started to look Armeno-Turkish as something foreign, something strange, something not Armenian already. But still, that was a time where Armenians were living in the Ottoman context, in a multilingual empire, and there was no room for communal pressures on different schools or different Armenians not to use that language. Yes, that's one point, but there was also another aspect of the use of Armeno-Turkish. It was mostly used by in the provinces, in the regions where Armenian were Turkish speakers. This kind of literature was used by the missionaries, and the missionaries. First, there were also the Catholic Armenians who used them. For example, the first publications in Armeno-Turkish were done by the Mkhitarist in Vienna, in Venice, and then when starting 1860s, when the American missionaries came to the Ottoman Empire, they were using Bibles written in Turkish, but with Armenian script, or in Kurdish with Armenian script, in areas where Armenians were Turkish speakers or Kurdish speakers. So it was much more accessible for the people, for the local population. So that's another category of the use of this kind of literature, Armeno-Turkish literature, in the Ottoman Armenian context. Do you want to add something, Tolga?
Yeah,
maybe
I think
maybe there's go ahead.
this concludes this session of the presentations. Thank you so much. By the way, you can find the biographies of all the speakers and the moderators in the printed program as well as online. You can download them from the museum website as well. Having said this, the next speaker is Dr. Sophie Hachmanian. She is going to talk about discovering and learning through the Telfeyan Timurian family textiles and dresses. Dr. Hachmanian, please.
Someone help me with this.
Yeah. Okay. In the beginning.
Okay, so my talk today, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, first of all, is going to be about preservation and conservation work, reconstruction work that we have done on the Telfeyan collection, Telfeyan Timurian collection, throughout this more than 20 years. And I'm going to talk about those pieces. Pretty much, it was a journey for all of us in the Armenian Dress and Textile Project that we took with this collection, with this story from Gesaria to Istanbul, from Istanbul to New York, and then to Fresno, to Los Angeles. But some parallel journeys are happening also. We also grow with the collection. That's our journey that we take with this collection. And also there's another journey that I'm taking with this collection as a specialist. Because when we study these pieces, we learn so much that it develops us into another level. Now, the first garment that you have seen in the previous screen belonged to Nazen Telfeyan Timurian. She's at the middle, and she's dressed up in Gesaria style right now. And we have 3 dresses from Gesaria from her. And the first one that I'm going to talk about is her engagement garment. And before I go to the dress, I would like to show the women who were the keepers of this family. Because if there were no these women who actually kept these pieces, we would never be able to see them and learn them and develop with them. So in this image, you see Galenik with Nazen sitting. So the previous woman standing in the back. Now she's in a more mature age with her daughter. Both of them were the keepers. And the last keeper of the family is Nazile Elmasian. And she's holding her first painting that she did when she was 95 years old. Now she's 97. So thanks to this woman, we have all that textiles and clothing from her family. So this is the dress that we're talking about. When we found this dress, it was completely dismantled. Most probably Galenik took it apart to make something out of it because she was really good with her hands. And luckily she didn't do it. We found the skirt separate, a big, huge circle fabric, like about 5 to 7 yards of fabric, the skirt. And we were like, okay, what is this? And then so I decided to put it together to understand what this is. In order for me to be able to reconstruct that, I should be studying Gesaria woman's dress to be able to understand how to put it together. What I found out when I studied her other dress, when she wore this blue dress when she was married already because of the measurements and everything, like she's bigger in there. Now, this dress is very interesting, the structure of it. It has multiple double inverted pleats inside of each other, and at the back, actually there are like a bunch of big pleats. Okay, so accordion pleats, or you can call cartridge pleats, that create a bustle at the back. So lots of pleats and a bustle at the back. So I studied those dresses and reconstructed this green dress to its original situation. Why we were thinking that it was her engagement dress, because this dress is much vibrant. There was a color code in Gesaria. When a woman was married, she was not allowed to wear vibrant colors. Also, this green dress has much more expensive fabric, and the treatment inside of it, the lining and everything that you study, you see that this dress is much expensiver than the other dresses, though the other dresses are out of silk too, because she was Timurian's wife. She was supposed to wear silk. And the second piece that I am going to present you is from the same collection. When we found this rug, it was breaking, and I decided to preserve it, somehow keep it safe so it doesn't keep on breaking. And when I took it home and I was looking at it, studying the rug, like some nuts were falling down on the table. So I decided to take a picture because this is an Armenian nut, symmetric nut. And I was like, okay, of course, it should be that way. And the rug is 100% silk. And what I did with this rug was I cleaned it up with a brush and all the dust as much as possible. And then pretty much I put it on another silk piece. And then I stitched the rug on top of that. So it's a reversible situation that you can take the stitch anytime. If, let's say, we have a possibility to fix this rug, somebody can easily take the threads off and then make the rug. But meanwhile, we're not letting it to deteriorate further. So that's what was done with this rug. It was interesting because while I was doing that work, I was learning how to make a rug, and I always wanted to. And in one of my textile classes at school, they assigned us to teach ourselves a new type of textile, and I always wanted to learn how to make a rug. So that education from that helped me to make this piece of rug that I did. It's not a big piece, it's a small piece like that, but at least I made a rug and it stays together and I'm happy. So we're moving to the other side of the Telfean family, to Moses Telfean family, and you see the two youngest daughters of the family. The youngest one on the left, that's Manik. She is the keeper. Victoria passed away early, the older sister. So Manik kept her things, and then she kept on keeping things together. And here Manik is in older age. You see that little girl on the right? That's her younger daughter, Shaine, who became the next keeper. And the generations of keepers, Vicky Demirci, who was Shaine's daughter, and Tina Demircian sitting here, and she is the keeper now. So these people kept all these textiles and clothing that we are enjoying nowadays. Now, in this collection, we found these strips of embroidered fabrics that I couldn't understand first what they were for. And eventually, talking to my colleagues in Armenia and also reading Ashak Alpoyajan's book, I found out there was a bridal ceremony when the bride was ready to leave her father's house. The last piece that they will put on her was a waistband that was embroidered with trees of life. And one of her siblings, younger boys, or her cousins, should be tying that up on her waist. Meanwhile, all women dressing her up would be chanting and singing songs, blessings, before she left her father's house. So her back will be strong enough that she can carry the difficulties of her life, and she would be very fertile to, have lots of children. So then we found out that these pieces are actually those kind of pieces. Now, the interesting thing for me as a specialist was that embroidery that was done, let's say on the waistband on the very left or on the right, all of this waistband are done with half cross stitch, which was one of the traditional Armenian stitches that were very much native Armenia, the specialists say. But here you can see also Urfa stitch in the middle, those three pieces that are sitting. All of these stitches, interestingly, all these pieces, the challenging thing is that they're embroidered in a way that you cannot tell which one is the wrong side. So they did meticulously that embroidery, so both sides are looking the same. So you're tying that up on your waistline and you're draping, whichever way it moves, you see the trees. And when you look at the iconography of these pieces, they pretty much looking like Armenian khachkars or rug iconography that we see. So as a specialist, I was like, I wish I would understand how this half a cross stitch was done. And now it looks like it's a very simple stitch. And when in one of my classes, again, when I was working on my BA and Masters at Cal State LA, I was taking my chance in any of the textile classes or my fashion classes and directed, like say, independent study classes, I would take my chance to take one of these pieces and study them and recreate them to understand the structure. So it's interesting, I'm also thinking that this is kind of not native to Gesaria. It traveled from, let's say, one region with people migrating, during the centuries to Gesaria. I think they brought this waistband with the embroidery and with the tradition to Gesaria, and people adopted to it. That's what I'm thinking. And obviously we have to do some research to be more sure. The reason I'm thinking that way is because this stitch is not found in any other pieces but waistbands, and we have one towel, that's all. So if I would explain it to you like how that cross stitch would be, let's say this is a cross stitch, that's what you have to do on the fabric. But the half a cross stitch would be just that one that goes from the right to the left. Now, why right to the left? Because that's masculine, and from the left to the right is feminine, and masculine is good, feminine is not. So in order to give a good luck to that piece, that blessing, the stitch had to be stitched from the right to the left. So that was what was done on the waistband. And by studying that, I decided, okay, I'm going to do this. This is easy. That will be an easy A for me. So, and then, by the way, my professor is sitting here. Carol, raise your hand so they can see you. Dr. Carol Tutland. She was one of my instructors, professors in the university. Okay. So I adopted the tradition. I made a cross-shaped tree of life in the middle of my little table cover with little sprouts happening on the edges and telkash embroidery, drone thread embroidery around it, which is very much used in Eintop embroidery. So pretty much it challenged me so badly, you have no idea, until I found out what they have done, because somebody has to be there to hold your hand, to give you the trick, so you can do it. Anyway, so it was done, and I was happy with the result. Now, the next piece was, we decided to study Moses Telfeyan's son's, Sarkis Telfeyan's coat. This coat was worn when he was 15 years old, and it's made out of wool melton. It's a precious wool fabric. Look at the sheen that this fabric has, it shines. And wool doesn't shine usually. This fabric is like shrunken fabric and brushed. That's why it is shiny like that. Let's say if you want to buy this kind of fabric, it will be not less than $100 per yard at this point. So Dr. Carol Taplin suggested me to do something with this coat. So I said, well, what do you want me to do? For my directed study class, I said, well, do you want me to make a coat for myself? And I really wanted to have a coat like that to wear it and feel, how does it feel to wear that kind of coat? Because when Sarkis Telfayan walked down the street wearing that coat, that was similar to this rich guy's son driving in his Ferrari down the street. Pretty much that's the social symbol, status symbol that this coat presented. And you see Sarkis standing behind his father. By the way, look what Moses Telfayan is wearing. He's wearing, again, wool Melton coat, fur-lined. The quality of his fabric is much better than Son's. But, you know, like they were very wealthy people, that was the status symbol. Now, so here, this is Moses Telfayan's coat inside. Actually, wearing this kind of coat meant you were like a big prince or somebody like that. That's what it meant. So let's keep on going. Now, so I took the coat home, started studying, and so it became an inspiration for a woman's coat. Look at the hemline. It's structured in a way that it has this big, huge flare. So when he walked, actually it was swaying behind him. That was another thing. That was important thing for him. And if you look at you study the coat closely, you see that the trim that is stitched on his coat is gold. It's a golden trim. And inside there is this very expensive polished cotton. We never saw any lining in there. We think that most probably it was lined, but this is the situation that we got the coat in. So, so I started draping the coat, actually translating it into mature woman's body and fitting, cutting and sewing. Actually, I dealt with this Iranian guy in downtown Los Angeles to buy that wool Melton fabric from him as cheaper as possible. It was a big ordeal, but I was able to get it in a affordable price. Now I was thinking, okay, if Sarkis's coat was decorated with a golden trim, I have to have a golden treatment also on my coat. So then I started looking at different Armenian designs, and this one, the green one on the right, is it's called Kilis stitch. That's from city Kilis. And I was inspired by the leaf that you see in the design that actually represents the tree of life. And then the embroidery type that I've never done before, I adopted from the other pillowcase, which is cording. Okay, so pretty much you put the golden cord on the fabric and you stitch it on the background. We have that stitch in the exhibit. If you're interested, I can show it to you also on Victoria's coat. We have the same stitch. So obviously I designed it. Meanwhile, while I was doing it, I taught myself some other things because wool Melton doesn't take the pencil mark. You have to perforate the paper, get some sort of chalk through those holes down on the fabric so it will stay somehow that you can then see the line and embroider on top of it. So the coat is ready. I decided to pamper myself even further. I got silk charmeuse printed in this floral design. And you see the tree of life design at the front of the hemline. And also the design goes to the back. Okay, sorry I didn't wear that coat today, but you know, it feels really luxurious. When you wear it and it's cold, you're not cold. When it's hot, you're not hot. And it's so light and pleasant. I'm like, that's what it is. You know, you have to feel it, right? So then this dress was really a challenge for me. When we found this dress in a bohça, it was collapsing. Collapsing means when you lift up the dress, you see some pieces snowflaking down on the table. So the dress is half dead. So we decided, what are we going to do with this dress? By the way, when I did some research about the date this dress was made, I came up with 1902. Lately, when we were talking with Tina about the age of this dress, we kind of clicked that Victoria Telfayan got married in 1902. She was 16. And most probably this dress, it's so precious that it was most probably ordered as a gift for her or something. It was made then. The dress is completely outrageously precious garment. In nowadays price, it will be about $7,000, $10,000. It's made out of tissue silk, jacquard, with a few embroidery types that are applied on this dress. That's Victoria. And what happened? Can someone help me? Oh, it's loading up. Okay, so Victoria wore that dress then. And there's some Armenian stitchery on Victoria's dress. And it's very, very expensive and very complicated. I would not even dream to make that embroidery. So pretty much the conversation was, how are you going to recreate this garment? Because we're not going to take this dress out of the bohça anymore. That's it, that was it. So then what I decided to do again, that became a topic of one of my classes. And I decided to make this dress, this outfit, during 1 quarter, like about 2.5 months, which was a very crazy idea, but I decided to take it. The difficult part about that was you are not able to actually work with that garment. You cannot pull the sleeve out to see the pattern. And there are 2 sleeves in there and stuff. You have to keep it closed all the time, covered, so it doesn't get dust and sunlight, because it's already affected so badly. So I'm studying the garment here to see the structure. It's fully boned garment with whale bones. How do I know? Like a piece fell from the garment, so I found it. I'm like, this is a whale bone. Okay, so after studying the structure, I was like, it would be kind of difficult because I've never was trained to cut a pigeon chest garment. Pigeon chest, that's an Edwardian time. Edwardian garment, pigeon chest means when the chest is structured in a way that it sticks out the front and the back goes down. So if you're looking at the woman from the side, she has that S shape. And the pattern therefore is different. And that shape was accomplished by the corset that she was wearing underneath. So I was like, okay, how am I going to make that? I don't even have that kind of dress form. So then I tried to do my best. I kept the garment covered, sitting next to me on the table. I would open up, take a peek, and kind of like draft it, kind of trusting my, feeling like how that pattern should be. And my choice for fabric, I would not even dream about finding similar fabric now in Los Angeles. So after I went to different places, I decided to buy this gold and gray fabric. It's again jacquard. And after I constructed, made the patterns and made the garment, that took a lot of time. Actually, this dress took me like 170 hours easily. Okay, to make. And the embroidery was difficult. I told you that Victoria's embroidery was so complicated. It's not that I couldn't copy it if I wanted to. I would be able to, but it would take forever. So then I decided to do my interpretation of the embroidery that would look correct on Edwardian garment. But it was a difficult task also because I was embroidering on a tool. On a tool also, you cannot draw a line. You have to pretty much put some color threads in there and follow, and pretty much like embroider blindfolded. So then the design was made, and then I was done with the garment. And you can see both of the dresses are sitting next to each other, so you can see the fit. And myself, like us, also wanted to see the fit of the garment. And it's like this. And side views also, I was looking from everywhere to see if I did correctly, like if I came up with the correct look. And this embroidery that is sitting on my version of the dress and the collar came from Nazeli Elmasyan's collection. Imagine this kind of fragile Armenian silk embroidery lace was made for pillowcases, if you can imagine sleeping on that kind of pillow. So she graciously agreed to give it to me, so I put on the dress. So I put it, and you know, those little buckles are mother of pearl buckles, and I definitely found the mother of pearl buckles. So I would put the dress, you know, those handkerchiefs on the chest. The dress is in the exhibit. If you're interested, you can go and see. So then the only person that will fit into this dress was my friend. She's size nothing. So she fitted into the garment. And when I asked her, how do you feel? She said, very stiff. I'm like, that's the way you're supposed to feel, because women are supposed to feel stiff in their garments. So that's the way it looks on a human being. And after I made the garment, I was like, okay, now I need to have some undergarments also, like this corset cover that has Victoria Telfayan's initials on the left side of the front. So it's easy to copy. It was easy to copy, but the difficult part was the neckline lace. As you can see, there are alternating laces on the neckline, and that's not one piece of lace. That's multiple pieces of lace, and you have to actually stitch them together so you don't see the division, pretty much. The stitch has to be very delicate. So I said, well, I am taking the challenge. Now I am actually trying to make my garment even better than Victoria's garment was. So then I'm cutting and sewing, and eventually I stitched all my laces together. Obviously, I couldn't find anything like her laces, because those laces, I know that either came from France or Switzerland. She most probably they found in some ateliers in Istanbul, I don't know. So, but whatever I was able to find that was closer to that design, so I decided to sew together, and I think you cannot find the stitches in there if you looked carefully. It's sitting in the exhibit also under the dress. Obviously, if I made a corset cover, then the bloomers were going to be there also. So again, the bloomers became like these undergarments became one class project that I did. And again, the challenge was those alternating strips of fabrics that you have to kind of roll and stitch in a way that you don't see any similarities in the wrong side of the garment. So the garment is ready, you know, appropriately. I have like silk ribbons and everything for her bloomers, and everything is done properly, and it looks like this. Let's quickly go to the fitting. Now she's modeling, and so it looks like that. Now let's go to Karapet Telfayan's family, where this is Nazen Telfayan. She is Karapet's one of the daughters, Karapet Telfayan's daughters. And that dress that she's wearing in the photo is in the exhibit. So we had the dress in the collection. It was badly damaged. The outer panel of the dress is made out of silk chiffon, nothing than silk, right? Silk chiffon. This dress is kind of 20s. Style, and it was badly damaged, sleeves also, and some beads were falling off and some sequences were off. So when I found it, I'm like, okay, now let's see what we can do. What I have done, I preserved the garment by putting another layer of fabric underneath and stitching everything in the place. It was kind of tricky to figure out how this garment like panel is sitting on top. But I have to tell you, it's kind of like a dream of a specialist, any specialist, to get in contact with a authentic garment where you can actually go inside of it and see the structure, see the pattern. So that was the curiosity that I had, and I decided to fix it. By the way, some of the garments in this collection I fixed because I prepared my article for Hushamadian. And since I was going to publish there, I decided let's fix some of the dresses and have like the whole complete set of garments with my article. And that's what I was doing. I was fixing and writing that article. So you can see the shape of that dress. Now, so it's fixed. Now, let's go to Galenik. This is Galenik's wedding photo. They got married in 1921. They got engaged in 1920. So I didn't do anything with the wedding gown. I worked on the engagement dress. So when we found this dress, we were like, oh, mesmerized. This is so beautiful, but very, very badly damaged. It was like falling apart. By the way, this is like a silk tulle. Silk tulle is so expensive nowadays, like again, $100, $120 per yard, if you can find the color that you're looking for. And I was like, I don't know what we can do with this, but let's keep it. And I asked Maggie to take that dress. When she was taking that part of the collection, I said, whenever I have time, I will think to actually, if I can dare, to try to fix this garment, because it was so damaged that you cannot even see the pattern of the sleeve, the shape of the sleeve, so you can recreate it. I gave up the hope to find the tulle, that color. So I decided to do it out of nylon, so it would live longer too. And I'm studying the garment, and you can see it's like all tattered. And this is the situation. And some embroidery pieces actually were falling apart. This garment is so precious now, it will cost a few thousands of dollars if it was made nowadays. It has metallic embroidery, and the flowers are made out of silk trims, draped so like they look like such beautiful, like bouquets of flowers. So what I did, I just cut all the embroidery pieces and put them like flat on the table, on the tool, and then started kind of putting things in their places like puzzle pieces to figure out where they should go. And then after I saw all this embroidery, like all these details should be sewn like one by one in the places. And the front was actually not even looking the front, it was stretched because it was badly damaged. And the sleeve similarly. Okay, so the dress is together and it looks like this. This is the back of the dress. And this is the whole look of the garment. Okay, how come we're not seeing on the, okay, yes. So that's the dress, finished. Okay, so again, this dress took me like at least like say 100 hours, definitely, because it was so much work on it. But I'm happy that the dress is here to live longer. Now, really quickly, there are some dresses, like 1920s dresses. You can see that this tulle dress, you would think like, okay, what's so special about this garment? But it is a special garment. It's a 1920s flapper dress. The tulle, I've never seen. It's like cotton linen or something. It's not, synthetic, because synthetic was not invented yet. Okay, so, the embroidery that you can see on the dress is soutache trim that is hand stitched into this design on her dress. So the pattern was amazing and interesting. Also, what I found out, she altered this dress. She wore it when she was pregnant, because that waistband that you can see, the white band, was moved up. And I'm like, there is something crooked about this. Sorry about a woman being pregnant. Okay, so then I decided that's what happened. She wore this when she was pregnant. So I apologized to Galenik. I took the waistband and put it back where it was before. And since it didn't have a slip dress underneath, I made a silk slip dress. So the garment looks beautiful on the background of that dress. I'm almost done. How am I doing time-wise? Thank you. Okay, so then this dress belonged to Galenik again. She actually wore this in 1920s. It's the typical dress of that time. She took the lining and covered the front, and she wore this dress, kept on wearing during 30s. So when I was studying the dress, I found out what happened. So I took the piece back again into its original place and gave the original look to that beautiful 20s dress. Obviously, the sequence, bead sequence and glass beads were falling off and kind of put things in their places. This is how it looks right now. The last piece that I would like to talk to you about was very interesting. This is a prominent piece of example of Marash embroidery. When we found this piece and we opened it up, pulled it out of the bag, it was kind of like tattered, kind of like pieces were hanging. And everybody looked at me, what are we going to do with this? We were so tired. Also, I said, I don't know. And Nazeli Elmasian asked me to take it because she said, and she also gave me some other pieces also because I was teaching history of clothing, fashion. She said, students, you will use it for education. Mother would be very happy if you used her things for education. And I said, well, I don't know if my American like students are going to be interested in Marash embroidery, but this is actually is a very beautiful piece. I said, let's see what I can do with it. So when we started getting ready for the conference 2 months ago, I decided to work on this piece, pulled it out, and I was mesmerized when I started looking carefully. Look at all these holes that you can see. By the way, the importance of this piece is also that Nazili Elmasian's brother Aram, when he was fatally ill, had cancer. When he came down during daytime to lie on the sofa, this piece was there. And he liked lying down on this piece. Actually, he died on this piece. And because of that, the piece is kind of deteriorated and it's worn out. On those places, you can see the person laid down, and you can see that there's so many holes. I have to tell you that such pieces came from Marash. There was a cottage industry in there. The fabric is handmade, hand woven, hand dyed, and the threads are hand spun. Actually, there was that kind of cottage industry that these women actually will make the fabric, dye it, and then actually they will make the embroidery. You see, like what kind of damages it has. But the thing is that you would imagine that there is a designer also that comes up with the designs. But when you look at the designs, you get like speechless. When you look at the iconography of this piece, it is as same thing as like a church, Armenian church or Hajkar. Look at the green arches, like look at the green arch and cross underneath, and leather, the Armenian leather, that meant their Lord. Okay, and stars, and there is a circle. This is the process that I'm working on it. We decided to put it on a cotton fabric. So Maggie provided me with that fabric. So I started like stitching everything so nothing moves and started working on it. The challenge actually working on this piece was I was not able to twist it so I could stitch around the openings and holes. Therefore, I taught myself to stitch with my both hands when I wanted to stitch like this or like that. So it took me 30 hours to fix this piece, but it is done. Actually, I am kind of like, jumping ahead, but when you look at this piece, this is such a special piece of embroidery. And this is the 12th project that I did. I worked in the scope of the Armenian Dress and Textile Project. It looks like this. Look at the sun disk right at the middle of the embroidery. This is a huge piece. This is like 75, 72. It most probably would be used for either a curtain, bed cover, or one of my fellow researchers in Armenia told me that it could be hung on the wall as a rug. And if you look at the iconography, look at the sun disk right at the center, based on number 4 symbology, and squares that are symbol of the universe or God. So pretty much if you had such a piece hanging from your wall, that means you were getting God's blessing 24 hours a day in your house. That's the meaning of this piece. The piece is, I'm thinking it's 150 years old, and I'm thinking that it will live more than we all would live in this room if it will be kept properly. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we are going to field questions from the floor, 1 or 2 on Zoom, and Seta Antakelian, who is sitting here. Seta, would you like to stand up so that they can see you? She will deal with that part, and then I'll deal with the in-person part from the floor. Okay, first Seta via Zoom. Questions? Yes. Okay. How about from the floor? Excuse me, there's one in the back, and then you'll be next.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't get it. Where did you find the Marash embroidery? Was it with the same family?
Okay, that's a very good question because I was so in a hurry. Like I could go on like half an hour just talking about this piece. So if you're interested, later on you can catch me somewhere. I will go even deeper. I would elaborate on that. I am thinking that Timurian, Setrak Timurian bought this piece and he was such a good specialist already of his trade. He had a very good eye for good stuff. He bought this piece, I think, and it was kept in the family. It was not made in family. This is from Marash. In the memoir, we read that he was traveling a lot. Definitely, he went to Marash also, and he found this beautiful piece for his family. I think that's who got that piece. And thank you to him for that.
Now you can ask your question.
Hi. When you say the dresses were worn in the 1920s and 30s, where was that? In Gesaria or outside?
No, no, no. Can you see, when I'm saying we traveled with the collection, I mean the green dress that you have seen, that's Gesaria.
Yeah.
Or the rug is Gesaria. But we go to like Victoria's dress, they're already in Istanbul. Okay, or Nazen's dress, that blue dress, they worn in Istanbul. And then when you go to the 20s dresses, you know, they're already in America pretty much. Can you see they moved? And at the same time, the time passed. So they were moving and changing their attire from one place to another place. So that's the journey that we're taking with them, moving from one city to another city.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very interesting.
Thank you.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the size of the collection and how you connected with it? How the genesis of
This collection?
project started?
Okay, in 1998, I was called by a person, Silva Manugian. I don't know if some of you might know her. Silva Manugian knew me from before. She knew me, that I'm an embroiderist, textile specialist. And at that time, Tina already got her collection, her grandmother's collection, and she was looking for someone to study these garments and textiles. And Silva Manugian suggested Tina to get in contact with me. I still remember that day in Hollywood that she called me. She said, well, why don't you come and take a look? So at that time, we were going to have a photo shoot in Cal State, LA, where Dr. Totland invited us to have a photo shoot in there. So we all went there and started the photo shoot. And I was like kid in the candy shop when I was seeing all these things. At that time, I understood a lot of things, but I didn't understand a lot of things because I've never seen them. So yeah, that's how I got connected with this collection. Yes. Sure. Now, you see, look at my coat. Okay, so it's, okay, the question is, how do you see the difference between cottage industry and Marash embroidery that is done not say in the village, in the city by like simple women, but it's done for like say home use? What we call cottage industry is when the fabric is made by these people, woven by these people at home. And then they actually put the fabric together, they dye the fabric and put it, everything is done in their house. And then they will spin the thread to embroider. And they will stitch like that and they will bring it to the market to sell. So that's the cottage industry. In other words, it was not made in the factory. People made those things in their houses. By the way, if you won't mind, I would kind of like give you like one very simple idea what Marash stitch is. Let's say there is one line of this Marash embroidery here. You have to go 4 times passing through the same line. First you do like catch stitches in a certain sequence. And then you go back and forth and back and forth. Pretty much you braid that stitch on top of the fabric. And if you look inside of the fabric, under the fabric, there's nothing there. Everything is braided and on the surface. This is the braided type of Marash embroidery. There is another type of Marash embroidery, which is not included on this piece. That's why I'm not even talking about it. But if one of the threads were floating wrong, everything should be undone and they should be doing it all over again because there's a specific way of doing this. If you're looking at the design, it's amazing design. You would think like these women without any art education. Even let's say this specific woman who was like artsy and was doing the designs, even for her, when you look at the piece carefully, you can see where they adjusted the design to their space. There's so many amazing stuff on this piece. And yes, it is a cottage industry piece because the threads are kind of a little bit crude. The fabric is a little bit crude. You can see that it's not a factory made piece, it's homemade piece. Did I answer your question? Okay. For what purpose? For what purpose? Okay. Okay. That's a possibility. Definitely, I agree with you. Could be either someone is making and selling or could be ordered. Let's say by the merchant, they will come and say, make this many pieces of this piece. And they will make it, they will sell it that way. Sure. Yes.
Can I have the mic? Thank you. So we have a question from online that asks, for those of us who are not familiar, where are these pieces being housed today?
Okay, these pieces, some of the pieces are kept in Tina's possession, Moses Telfayan's family possession. Some of Nazilli Elmasian pieces are transferred to Ararat Museum. They are displayed in the museum. So Nazilli still has some in her house. That's where they're kept, in houses and in the museum. And actually, like, we can also let everybody know that this exhibit that we put here because of the conference, it is going to run 1 week. So whoever is not here and not able to see the exhibit, you can come in during the week and you can see the exhibit.
Sophie, there's another question, or a few actually, that are more along the lines aligned with, if people were interested to learn more about these textiles, what kind of sources could they reference?
We did not, I actually published 3 articles about these collections, and I'm getting ready for the 4th one. That is going to be about this Marash piece that you see that I'm presenting today. Some information could be found in there in Husham Madian. If you type my name, they would pop up. But I'm not talking about embroideries per se. It's I did not publish any specific anything about these pieces. And if they want to talk to me, they can talk to me. If they need some advice or some explanation, so some clarification, they can feel free to contact with me and I will help them.
Great, thank you. There are not any specific questions from the online, but are there any more in person? Okay.
Hi, Sophie.
Hello.
Thank you so much for all your hard work. I have difficulty sewing a button, so
Thank you.
I'm amazed at how much you have also been able to learn from each of the pieces. My question to you, and actually sort of a setup for the next part, and to all of you as well, to consider is, what would you keep of your family's items that you, Sophie Hachmanian, have in your home? With all of this that you have been able to uncover through either the collection that I have or Nazeli's collection, I'm just curious. And I'm curious to put the question out there as a precursor to our next presentation.
Like what I have from my family, I'm originally from, my parents originally are from Kars, both of them. And they escaped from Kars in 1918. They went to Russia and then from there to Armenia. What I have my father's silver belt. What else do I have? I felt so bad that I didn't keep, there was this beautiful kilim that was tattered, but I should be keeping one piece from that. Pretty much I have my, and oh, I should not forget, my grandmother from my mother's side left this beautiful chest piece that she brought from Kars with her, and her belt, handmade belt. My uncle's daughter decided to give it to me and I'm thankful. And they still smell these people. Yeah, they're precious. And I'm actually, what Tina is referring is this exhibit that we put is aimed to open up a conversation about your family's belongings that you have from your ancestors. And if you understand what you have, if you treasure these pieces, and if you try to learn from them also, because family heirlooms are very important because they're telling stories.
I think this is it. I want to say thank you personally to Sophie. For the last 9 months, she's been at the museum, going over each dresses and reconstructing them to their authenticity. So thank you, Sophie. Dr. Wahram Shahmi has had to go, had a family emergency. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. So if you have not seen the exhibit, please do so. There is a coffee and refreshments outside, and then we will resume again after 15 minutes. Thank you.
discussion going to?
Do you need anything, Carla? Okay.
Starting our afternoon session in just 1 minute. So please reassemble. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, about. We have about until 6. East Coast time. Um,
We will begin our program. If you please take your seats. Good afternoon. Welcome back. This is after our break. We completed our first session. I just wanted to share with you a very small treasure from our museum. This is the church plate from Surp Asfadzadjin Church in Gesaria. And it was an Armenian lady who happened to be in Iran, at Shiraz, and somebody was selling chickpeas with it. She recognized the letters, the Armenian letters, and she took it and then she brought it to the museum. So now it's part of our museum and we are very grateful. She's no longer with us, Mrs. Sukyasian Phillips, but we have something that we treasure from her. I'm very proud to introduce our next moderator is Dr. Carla Garabedian, who is a producer of movies, a co-producer of the Promise movie. She is a board member of the Armenian Film Foundation and also a great supporter of the Arat Eskija Museum and a good mentor to me. With no further ado, I invite Dr. Carla Garabedian to moderate our last session. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. And it is a great pleasure to take part in this event for me personally, because for 2 reasons. The first place I visited in Turkey was Gesaria. And that was for the movie Screamers. And so I spent some time there and I have a lot of personal impressions as an Armenian being there, going into the Armenian church in the center of Kayseri. And my cameraman saying, do you know that there's a 14th century painting on the wall? How amazing is that? Does anybody know what's in this church? And the other reason that this conference is special to me is because the Arat Eskija Museum is such a resource for educators, students alike, and filmmakers like myself. For the movie The Promise, our costume designer and the 2 lead actors both came to the Arat Eskija Museum to look at some of the artifacts, including the costumes. And I asked the costume designer, why do you need to see original Armenian costumes? And his answer was, you have to understand how a garment is made right down to the buttonholes. And from the actor's point of view, he needed to become his character by putting on costumes that were authentic. And so that leads us to our very special next presentation, which is bringing stories to life, one bokcha at a time. And our speakers are, I'd like to invite them up to the stage, Tina Demirjan, Dr. Carol Tuntlan, and Dr. Mary McGregor Villarreal. And you can read about them in the program if you'd like to know their backgrounds. Would you come up to the stage? This conversation is dedicated to the keepers of stories, traditions, photographs, textiles, clothing, and heirlooms. It's also a timeline of the Armenian dress and textile project's discovery, connection, investigation, and presentation of the Telfelion family's journey as a testament to all of us and our journeys to discover ourselves through our ancestors and how their lives impact ours today. We honor our ancestors by honoring ourselves and our stories, and we become the keepers for our families to pass on to those in our culture and to those who have yet to learn who we are. And I would commend anybody in the Southern California area to please come to the Aradaskijan Museum. The exhibition of some of these amazing textiles are here until March the 7th, and we'll tell you more about that after this presentation. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the podium over to Tina Demirjan. Tina.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for coming to the Aradaskijan Museum and for this conference today on Kayseri. It is an actual gift that you are here and that we also have had the opportunity to assemble the exhibit and also the wonderful work of the scholars to learn more, not just about the Telfeyan or Timurian families, but ourselves as well. So what I will do is I am going to, find my way here. I want to tell you about how we started with the Armenian Dress and Textile Project. My grandmother, Shaina Dilsizyan, it was clear, needed to move from her home. She had lived there with my grandfather and uncle and mother, Vicky and John, since 1937. They had come from Istanbul, Turkey, where my grandmother lived until she was 16, almost 17. And my grandfather, Sarkis, had come over earlier to go to Columbia University, where he graduated in 1927. So in 1998, when my mother and I went back to clear out everything, we did not know what we were in store for. I remember my mother had left first and started the process. And when I got there, there were bundles and bundles, like you see, of bokhchas here on all the beds, all the beds, 3 bedrooms, 4 beds, and everything was undone. And I remember looking in complete astonishment. I said, wow, I just found my ancestors. And I had already been connected to stories, but it was nothing like finding all these clothes. So at that moment, perhaps a little nervy, I remember calling the Metropolitan Museum of Art and saying, so this is what I have. What do you think about it? And they said, well, usually museums decide what they want to exhibit. And I thought, okay, well, I guess I have to take a different path. So I brought everything back to my studio apartment in Glendale, California, where it smelled like mothballs for at least 4 to 6 months after I brought everything. And everything was everywhere. It was everywhere in my house, my little house. And suddenly I was living with them and they were living with me. And so that's when I decided that I had to do something with it. I could not leave them. I had to create something that was going to be meaningful, not just to me or my family, which is important, but really to the larger community. And so began the Armenian Dress and Textile Project. And my first job was to find if there was some money that could help start the project. And I happened to work in downtown LA, and the California Council for the Humanities was on the same floor as the office where I worked. So it made it a little easier. I went there, I spoke with Felicia Kelly, never forget, she's still there actually. And I told her about the project and I applied for a grant. But in order to apply for the grant, I had to find a humanities scholar. I thought, well, I know some poets, but not humanities scholar in this field. So I called universities and I found Dr. Carol Tuntland. That was in 1998. She actually even found the note. I won't give away your part, but she found the note that I had sent her. And so she invited us to meet at Cal State LA. And you heard Dr. Sophie Khachmanian also say that I was looking for someone with specific expertise in embroideries and Armenian embroideries and textiles. And so I had already met Silva Manoukian. I had only been in Los Angeles for about 8 or 9 years at the time, but I knew Silva, and she recommended I speak with Sophie. And there it all began with Sophie and Dr. Tuntland. And when we began, we were astonished. Let's see, I have some planning meetings. Well, here we are. You could see how absolutely excited I was sitting on the floor of a college classroom, taking pictures after pictures. I don't have them all here. Taking so many pictures and their presence. And this is why I asked the question about as a primary source, because Tolga was talking about how, and Vahe was talking about how the book and the stories from Setrak Timurian were so much a primary source. But what I have understood over 25 years is that the mood, the connection, the information, the ability to investigate, like Sophie has shown us through the textiles, becomes so apparent when you're in process with it, that I understand that the work that you're going to see, if you haven't already been at the exhibit, is clearly primary source of life, Armenian life during the Ottoman period. We actually came here to Ararat home and even talked with other women from Istanbul, Armenian women. I'll never forget the one woman, not with the one with the white hair, but the one to the right. I remember she told us, I love doing embroidery. I loved embroidery so much that on my wedding night, I sat in the corner and my husband kept saying, aren't you gonna come? And she said, no, I need to finish this. And I just, it was just really lovely to just get stories that you don't expect. At another moment in the same meeting, there was a third woman who came and she kept saying, you look like someone I went to school with. You look like someone I went to school with. And my mother said, she's always been told she looks like Eliza Demirjian, my father's eldest sister. Oh, she said, she was in school with me. She was my next door neighbor in Istanbul, in Shishli. So story after story would connect us. And that is part of our purpose, is for you to connect with yourselves and your family and your larger community. At the bottom, there we are at my house. Sorry, let's see. When we had our exhibit, 1900, to Armenian sisters and their dowries, we had many visitors. We had over 900 visitors in that month. We also had special visitors that would come. Unfortunately, I just found out that Gia Ayvazyan just passed away recently, but she was always very interested in the work, as well as Barbara Mergerian, who was visiting from Boston at the time. Poet Leo Alishan came for a private tour, and Ara Oshagan came and took photographs as well, and many, many other people I, would be unable to name. At the exhibit, we had Ali Zagbabian, who did the storytelling, which was a very important part of the public programming. Oh. And there we are. When my mom and I found all of the items, there was even a jewelry box, a sewing box, a yellow velvet sewing box that when we opened it actually played music that had been hidden away for 100 years. And yet there it was, playing a song to us. There is Dr. Sophie in our beginning. And it's at this point during this time that a woman who I'd never met before, this was in the salon, in the living room, came in and she looked at me and she opened her arms and she said, "I'm a Telfayan too." And I said, "Wait a minute, we have to figure this out. Who are you?" And because I had already studied a lot of the family tree, I understood it to be a relative of Garabed, Telfayan, whereas I was related to Moses Telfayan. She was related and a descendant of his brothers, Garabed Telfayan. And as you know, Nazeli also had kept all of her ancestors' clothing. This is sensitive, so I'll just continue by saying the purpose of the project, in addition, is to help us grow as well, and also to showcase the work to a non-Armenian public as well in various ways. One way was by getting a grant from the Alliance for California Traditional Arts, where Dr. Sophie taught her friend Elmira how to do the Marash stitch. Okay. Reading poetry. We are here at Nazeli's home, really discovering so much of what you will see here today. Nazeli and my mom, both keepers. The work was also used at Creative Hands, which is an art school that Sophie and her husband opened up many years ago, and were able to use at this time some of the Armenian lace and also clothing to inspire youth. That is at UCLA, and this is at Cal State LA. None of this would happen without the relationships that were made in those early years. And I think that's really important for me, because when for many years I was not able to participate, we all came together and made a decision at Nazeli's house last year to participate in this conference in honor of Setrak Timurian and the translation of his book, and of Nazeli, who had worked so hard to keep all of the stories and all of the garments and the textiles and the objects so that we could be witness to them. Continued accomplishments. Sophie got her PhD. Carol wrote a book about her mother and learned at a deeper level some of the questions to ask. And I will actually just keep this up here with some of the comments. And so what I want to do is now have a conversation, because what's so important is that this has been a communal process or a collective process. This is not just one person learning. This is what happens when a team of people come together and collaborate and discover together. There is power in that. And so with that, I would love to start with Dr. Carol Tuntland in telling about her experience.
Good afternoon. In 1998, Felicia was a graduate. She was taking a graduate class at Cal State LA, and she put me in touch with Pico Rivera to do a talk on the history of costume, because I taught fashion and textiles in the art department there. And once that was done, she said, "Well, I know this person who has this collection of things. And would you be interested? So Tina and I connected. And one night after school, I live in Huntington Beach. I drove up to Glendale and I met Tina and Vicky. And we started to undo bokjas. Bokja after bokja after bokja. I think the silk rug actually came later. One of the things that we discovered was a treasure trove of undergarments. Sophie talked about the corset cover and the drawers that she made. There are actually 3 sets of drawers up in the exhibit. 2 of them are French hand sewing. By 1998, French hand sewing by machine had become very popular within a segment of our society. A woman by the name of Martha Pullen, who published a book, a magazine called So Beautiful, was teaching everybody how to do French hand sewing by machine. You put it together, and Sophie explained the process a little bit. Layer after layer after layer after layer of lace, and we did it by machine at that point. But what you see upstairs, there are 2 sets of drawers that have entre-deux and flat lace and ruffled lace and more entre-deux in up to 17 layers at the edges or at the bottoms of the drawers. That was real French hand sewing. Now, the amazing thing about it was the drawers themselves were sewn together with little tiny machine stitches. After all, the sewing machine became actually affordable in 1841, 1845 with Elias Howe and Isaac Singer. In fact, that was one of the first ways that that people ever did buying on time. They got the sewing machine and they bought it on time, way back then. So that was, the sewing machine was there and it did all the major seams, French seams, thank you, and yokes. But when it came to the trim, it was all done by hand. And there's one other setup there that you will want to look at that has embroidery on it. It has embroidery and ruffled embroidery at the base. The corset cover is decorated with the same embroidery. And there is a chemise at the very back that is, and it's all white with white on white embroidery and then red ribbon, all 3 pieces. So please take a look at that. But that was just a treasure trove. And then, of course, there were the Edwardian garments that are on display upstairs. So that was basically 1895 to 1910. Victoria died in 1901, but they changed earlier. They changed about 6 years before Victoria died. Fashion began to change. And of course, it ended sort of in 1910 because Edward died. He only got 10 years. You know, there's all this conversation in England today about how long is Charles ever going to be king? Well, we don't know. He isn't yet. And she's 95. So consequently, it's the same sort of thing. And the Edwardian age was lighter and brighter and freer, and just more fun than the Victorian age had been. That was pretty dark. And by the time we got to 1912, I'll never forget, I also taught textile and apparel economics. One of the things that Grace Kuntz said in a textile and apparel economics textbook that I used was, and this was the late 90s, we are now at the same, sort of at the same level of technology. Obviously it had changed, but the technology had grown. But we are at the same point as they were in 1912. Wow. This was the late 1990s. Obviously, the technology had changed. So what did we find? Well, do you mind, Mary, if I open a bokja? If you look at this, what do you remember? Sophie just talked about the wedding and the wedding waistbands. And this is kind of the way it was packed. It wasn't packed very carefully, you know, it was all cousin Josie. No, this is a whole variety of things. May I ask, what do you think this is? It's a christening dress, and Martha Pullen did all kinds of christening dresses too. They are so elaborate, it's absolutely unbelievable. And I'm going to take this just a step further. Tina's asked, what would you save in your own family? My christening dress, and I was born during World War II, so you can date me quickly, was made totally by hand by my mother in Oregon before I was born. It was batiste, and there's not a machine stitch in it because she didn't have a sewing machine. And there are something like 80 tucks and lace insertion, and there's a slip that goes with it that hangs out the bottom purposely. I have the pattern, I have the dress, and the dress has now been worn by at least 14 people. My brothers and my sister and I, cousins, my children, my grandchildren, and a couple of others. Will I pass it on and save it? Absolutely. What do you have? We'll go back to that question. Yes. And it's silk, and you can tell it by the sheen. And when we talk about all of that sort of thing, one of the things, history keeps repeating itself. It was the first Catherine of Henry VIII's 6 wives who did the red work, which was a type of embroidery for her husband's shirts. History keeps repeating itself, and that's one of the things I've learned. So, would you like me to hand this over to Mary now?
Have one of my own, thank you. So I'm the newest addition to this team, but I've been working on it for 20 years now. I met the ADTP team at the doctor's house in that exhibit that they held at the doctor's house at the Brand Library in 2001. And I was working as a traditional arts specialist for the Alliance for California Traditional Arts, which was a fledgling organization that did work in folklore. I'm trained as a folklorist, and my interest is the context in which folk art and folk genres are generated. And when I got to this exhibit, which I wish Tina had it up again, it was a little house, a Victorian house. And in each room, this group had displayed the articles of clothing and things that they had found in the bokchas and in Tina's grandmother's house. They had displayed everything according to the room in which it would have been used. And it was such a delightful exhibit. And the people involved were so warm and inviting that I sort of fell in love with them. And one of my jobs at the Alliance for California Traditional Arts was to write reviews of different events in the Southern California area to try and get more people to attend those events. So I had gone actually to write a review of the exhibit and to publish on our website to get more people to come. And I kept going back on the weekends to see what the public programming was. One of the things that Tina didn't mention was at this exhibit, everybody who was involved, that was Tina, her mother, Sophie, and Carol, they took turns giving tours of the exhibit. And so you really got to know the Telfayan family and to know what was there. Anyway, I wrote apparently a good review because Tina asked me if I would join the group, and that's how I joined the group. But like I said, to me, one of the most interesting things is seeing these pieces of apparel, combs, whatever it is that is in the exhibit, come to life in context and to know the people behind them. If not, they're just inanimate objects that are beautiful, sort of objects of art, but not connected. And the connectivity is what really interested me as a folklorist. And so we just kept working together, and I got to know everybody really well. But the other thing that I like to do as a folklorist is I've always enjoyed interviewing people, the artists. That was my job at the other organization. And over the last 20 years, Nazli and I have come to be very close. Everybody's close to Nazli, but we have spent a lot of time with each other. And she is just this delightful, charming woman who every time you go, you learn something new and feel enriched. And it's that enrichment that you feel when you talk to people that I think is really crucial.
May I piggyback on that? Sophie mentioned that we went to Cal State LA. We had big textile and apparel labs at that point. And in late '98, we took the bokjas to the labs. And we opened up bokja after bokja, the pink dress, which we didn't do more than open up and lay out. We didn't ever pick it up like I've just picked these things up. But there is a black dress that's upstairs. And we dressed a form with that. And we put the hat on top. And we were photographing, but there was just this hush that fell over the entire room. It was like it was alive with people from another time. That's something you can't create. It happens. It's part of it.
Actually, really piggybacking on that is that for me as a poet, this has certainly served so much as a muse for me. And sometimes I've written about the items. I've been asked to write short little plays, actually, about talking about a little bit of the period that they were in and the Hamidian massacres and genocide. And the words would just come to me. They would just come to me and I would write it down. In the exhibit, I do have one poem that you'll hear tomorrow. If you're here as well, you'll hear me recite it, but it's called Instructions How to Become a Memory. Because that's really so much of what I learned. It's all of a sudden I realized that I was really starting to understand that I needed to leave something. And how did I want to leave it? And that's why we ask you that same question. What are you leaving? What stories are you sharing? And because of this project, there's so many connections. Like I'll give you a very short example. Mary, whom I had never met before, when she came to the exhibit, she worked for the Alliance for California Arts, traditional arts. And it just so happened that I knew the executive director because she and I took a class at UCLA on folklore, years prior. So, that's just one very small connection. The connection to Nazeli is huge. And not only that, but because of my connection to Nazeli, I suddenly found other Telfayan family that I wasn't connected with. And because my cousins on the East Coast were connected. So I just want to say a hello to Jennifer, who is here, if you want to just say hi, who is a family member from Garabet's side. And today's the first day I ever met her. And I mean, she came specifically for this exhibit, but there are connections after connections. And I think for anyone who delves into the work of becoming a keeper, and I hope all of you will consider that if you haven't already, then there are going to be moments that you have that you will cherish. The finding of something, the understanding of how something was used, or the connection it had to an ancestor of yours, that is what you will cherish. Yeah, ready for answering any questions.
Right, so we're going to let our audience give them a moment to think about some questions they'd like to ask. I'd like to ask one as people are thinking. For Dr. Carol Tuntlin, in considering these garments in this collection, are you able to distinguish the Armenian from the Ottoman influences, and how do you do that?
The collection that comes from Gesaria is traditional Armenian. I think Dr. Sophie would back me up on that. By the time we get to Constantinople, there is the assimilation into a more cosmopolitan European lifestyle. The undergarments and the dresses that are there are certainly more European oriented. So that is not the Armenian style. It is Armenian assimilation into the world. Now, what did they do with it? They personalized it. And I only learned this in the last little bit. Don't ask me why it took me so long, but you will notice on some of the undergarments that there is an embroidered initial. And I always thought, wasn't it wonderful? Because these were obviously trousseau items. And so it's down at the bottom of the corset cover. It's on the front of the drawers. It's right smack in the front of the chemise. And I just thought it was wonderful customization. Well, how many of you send your garments of any sort to the laundry or to the cleaners to be cleaned? And what do they put in the back? I was gone for 4.5 months, 20 years ago, to China while I took a sabbatical. And when I came back, my husband's shirts all had little numbers in the back. Why? Because that was his identification. Those embroidered initials are also laundry sorting kinds of things, because the Telfayan women didn't have to do their own laundry. If they wore the dresses they wore and the undergarments, they had staff, that wonderful group of people called staff. They took care of that and they moved things back into the right rooms. If you think of Downton Abbey, same story. Does that help?
Yes, that helps. Questions from the audience? Yes. So the question for our online audience, what is a bokja? How do you translate that word?
Really, it's a bundle. You know, I sometimes think of like the first time I saw it, I thought of Japanese wraps. Like that's what I visualized when I first saw it on all the beds. It's really how they cared for, and in fact, covering them in the cotton was actually very efficient and effective way of keeping them properly. No, it's Turkish.
Yes, how many of you how many of you regularly cover your things in plastic? No, they say, don't cover it in plastic. Take the plastic off. So they were way ahead of us.
I think there's a whole bunch of questions now.
Right. Sorry. Okay. I'm looking out in the audience. Questions? Yes. Oh, sorry. First, and then I'll come to you. Go ahead.
But what's the energy you felt when you opened or when you're using or trying to show people? What kind of energy you feel? It's so important.
I think so too. That's a very good question because sometimes it felt I even wore one of the pieces 20 years ago though, that you'll see. It's a black velvet coat and black velvet skirt. It's the middle piece. And it was that one felt very powerful. I felt really good in it. And I felt like a different person. I wasn't maybe Victoria, but I definitely was not myself. Some of the others were sad. That's the truth. And that's where some of the writing became very easy in a way, difficult because it was very emotional, but easy because I could feel the connection to that sadness of being displaced. So it was a combination for me. I don't know about you.
Go ahead. Go ahead. It was exciting. Just opening those bokjas was just exciting. It was wonderful to see this stuff. Within my own family, we have lots of pictures and we had old shoes, but they weren't from this far back. But this was it was a gift. It was just a gift to open these bokjas and realize there was so much history here that we hadn't uncovered yet.
I wasn't there at that event, but I've spent a lot of time in Nazali's house. And I think the sheer quantity of what there is and was, like Tina said, your grandmother's house had piles of these things on the bed and you never knew what was going to be in them because anyway, and it's like that when I go to Nazali's house. She still says, oh, I think I have, and then she opens a drawer and something you didn't even know she owned, and she pulls out something that's just amazing. So for example, when we went to find things to put in the display, we put a table for Setrak's memoir, and we chose some pictures to go on it, pictures of his family. And we were going to put the memoir itself there and decided eventually just to put pages because it was safer for the memoir itself. We went to look for items to go with it. And we talked about what there might be. And I was talking to my daughter, we were trying to imagine how you would set this up so it would look like he had been sitting there writing. And she said, well, there must be a fountain pen in the house. And did he wear glasses? And yes, so I went to Nazali and I said, do you have grandpa's glasses? And she says, oh yeah, they're right here. And I was afraid to ask to borrow them. And she said, oh no, of course you can borrow them for the exhibit. And did he have beads? Oh yeah, they're somewhere here in the kitchen. And there's always another nook or cranny where you can find something. And each thing has a memory with it, a memory for her, for us, or just to help us. An example of the kind of things that I learn when I go to visit her, she we were talking, and it never occurred to me that he played tableau, backgammon. And she said, oh yeah, when I was in the kitchen, we could hear him with his friends in the other room, slapping down those pieces. And she created this vision for me of what it was like to live in that house with her grandfather. And that's the kind of, I guess you call it energy, but you feel like you have just a special entree into what life was like for them. And it's very exciting, just plain exciting.
I just have to add a couple more things. Yeah, the other day when we were in the museum downstairs, and I was telling the story again about, I found my ancestors and I can't let them go. And Mary said, I can't let them go. You know, and that's, even though they're the energies of excitement, power, sadness, all of it, it's really all of who we are anyway. And I will tell you, I remember at UCLA, I brought some of the costumes. I brought one costume, and I remember it was up in the front. Some of you who are here remember that. And we said no touching, which of course we say throughout the exhibit over there as well. And people were compelled to touch. And like at first, a bit irritating, because you're like, no, I just said don't touch, you know? But what I understand from that is being compelled to touch something is you want to be able to connect to something that is of the past and is of your ancestors as well, if that is where you're from, and especially if you don't have that opportunity to see what they wore, to actually have it in your homes. So I just wanted to pass that on too.
We had a question in the back. Lady, yes, do you have a microphone?
That the packaging is botchkas. Was there a specific way that some garments were stored, or a specific way they were folded over? Is there a history to that, or it's just a matter of protection or special fabrics for special garments?
We try not to ever fold anything exactly the same way twice. We roll some things. Yes, we have used white gloves many, many times, and we're not today. It's kind of like we're not wearing masks. But yes, and with collections like this, when Tina said she called the Met, and they said, oh yes, we like to choose our things. And I have gotten rid of many, many things when my parents died in North Dakota. And I called NDSU, which has a wonderful costume exhibit or costume collection. Museums are overwhelmed, especially the really big ones like the Met. There is so much there, and they need study collections. LACMA has not only an exhibit collection, but a study collection. And of course, and that's true all over the world. One of my books that I use when I'm researching is one from England, where somebody literally goes in and looks at garments and makes black and white drawings on paper to show, and then talks about what it is. Those are study collections. And they only want the very best for their exhibit collections. Sophie, would you like to add something to that?
Let's get a microphone for you.
I think the also question was about how do you store your historical clothing. When we found the garments in bohças, they were folded like with a nice care. You can see that they're folded like that. There's nothing else you can do. But the bohça definitely will protect the garment. It keeps the dust away. If the dust doesn't get to the historical clothing, it's going to be pretty much protected. Actually, it was thanks to bohças that actually we are able to have all these historical pieces. If there was no bokças, forget it, we wouldn't have them. Also, it keeps the light out and the dust out. Those things, two things are actually killing textiles. Let's say if you have a historical garment and you want to keep it safe, as Dr. Tatland mentioned, try not to fold the garment in the same place. Like if it's folded like this, when you open up, fold it different way. Because during the time, if you keep on folding on the same line, it will break. So keep the light out, keep the dust out, fold it differently. If you have garments, you can put some acidless paper in the sleeves, in the body to keep the shape also. That way you can keep them longer. We're trying our best with our collection as much as possible. So that's all we can do. But the time is going to do its work.
Are there other questions in the audience? Right. Well, I think all three of you, thank you so much for this contribution. All three of you have made the point in different ways that these garments are not just artifacts to be studied in isolation, that they are actually, they are a bridge to the past and to the way that people behaved and assembled as families and as whatever society. And that we need to preserve these artifacts, even if they're not, as you say, museum quality. Within a family, they're worth preserving. Within our communities, they're worth preserving. And I think if anybody has any questions, they know that the Armenia Dress and Textile Project is there as a resource. Is that correct? Right. Let's give a hand to our panelists. Thank you. And on that note, similarly, although it's quite different, we were supposed to have Dr. Carolyn Najarian for our next discussant panelist, but unfortunately she can't join us today. And so we hope at a later time we'll be able to connect with Dr. Najarian. Instead, we're going to go to Dr. Arto Vaughn, who is with Project SAVE. And in the way that we saw, actually we've seen all day today, Hushamadian memory books are artifacts that help build a bridge to our past. The textiles, the dresses are a way that we understand our history. And in a similar way, photographs from our families, in particular, what we're going to hear from Dr. Arto Vaughn, Project SAVE, what their mission is, what the project is, preserving our photos from our communities and our survivors and our families. And also, Dr. Vaughn will touch on Gesaria and how the photographs that are part of Project SAVE's project help illuminate what we understand about Gesaria. So if I may, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Arto Vaughn from Project SAVE.
Thank you very much, Carla. I hope everyone can hear me. Yes? Okay, I'll assume that you can hear me. Thank you all very much. I was also sorry to hear that Dr. Najarian couldn't make it today. But as Carla said, I will do my best to kind of give you guys an idea of what we do at Project SAVE, what our mission has been all these years, and kind of where we're headed. I do want to thank Maggie very much and Seda very much and all the organizers. Project SAVE is also happy to be a co-sponsor of this great event. So thank you all very much, and to all the presenters as well. So what I'm going to do here is let me just share the screen with you here. Share screen. There we go. Okay. And let me see. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. There we go. There we go. Okay. Please stop me at any point if there are any questions or if there's any kind of technical glitch. So what I'm going to do is first, very briefly, for those of you who might not know that much about Project Save, I'll kind of go over what we do and kind of where we're headed. We're in quite a transitional time right now. So as Carla said, I'll kind of give you an overview of what we're doing and where we're headed. So Project Save was founded in 1975 in New York City. So we have been around quite a while. We're coming up on our 50th anniversary in a couple of years. It was founded by Ruth Tomasian, our founder and our president, when she was in New York. A few years after that, she moved back to Boston, which is now where we are located. Project Save is the oldest, it's the only archive that specifically focuses on photographs of the Armenian global experience. It's definitely the oldest archive that focuses on just photographs of the Armenian global experience, and up until this point, hard copies. So we currently have at least 60,000 photographs, probably more. We are in our staff. I just joined Project Save as executive director some months ago. The staff is also growing. So now we have 2 professional archivists on staff. So we're trying to make a dent, but we're really catching up on the incredible backlog, the incredible work that Ruth has done all these decades with her teams previously. So we have well over 60,000 photographs. You can see here, I just want to give you a little taste of the scope of the photographs that we have in general, and then I'll show you all some of the photos we have that directly relate to Gesaria. Here you can see a photograph of the Gulesian Metalworks company. This photo is from 1901 in Boston. And you can see this is absolutely beautiful. This is one of my favorite photos, absolutely beautiful. You can see their work there with all of their employees. And, you know, 1901, I wanted to particularly share photos with you that are pre-genocide. So here you have Armenians that have ended up in the Northeast, partly due to, of course, some of the turmoil that was going on in the Ottoman Empire, the massacres in the 19th century, but also just as immigrants, like anybody else that was moving to the United States at that time to try to make a better life for themselves, send money back home to their families and so forth. The Gulesians did so well that they were one of the pivotal companies that helped with the gold dome. If those of you who know Boston, the Massachusetts State House has a beautiful gold dome, and the Gulesian Metalworks Company was absolutely pivotal in establishing that. So let me go to the next slide here. So in this next slide, you can see here that you have a wonderful photo from the Armenian Students Association. There might be some Armenian Students ASA members maybe either presenting or attending this conference. Give me 1 second. I just want to see if I can remove this. Do I get rid of that? I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. So this photo was taken in 1912 in New York City. And again, pre-genocide, you see these very happy, quite crowded group. Oops, I'm sorry. Quite crowded kind of tour bus here, or kind of bus. And, you know, again, just very fascinating that you have these wonderful pre-genocide immigrants, in this case in the United States, and also that you have these Armenian institutions that we all know about, but we can really see here the legacy, the roots of these institutions and how vibrant they were and hopefully still are. But you know, that's quite a turnout here for an ASA event in 1912. So a little bit about what our mission is, and then I'll talk a little bit later about where we're headed. So as I said, we have over 60,000 photographs. We have thousands of different other types of documents, whether they be letters. We have cassette tapes of oral histories and interviews and glass negatives, different types of film negatives. So it's really quite an extensive archive, although the main focus, as I said, is just on the photography. It's pretty straightforward in the sense that what we're trying to do here is, and what they have been doing all these decades, before my taking the position as the new executive director, is that photographs are such a powerful medium, and they're such a universal medium of communication. They humanize the subjects in a way that other mediums have. Sometimes it's not quite as easy to connect on such a visceral, in a direct way. What we want to do is make the archive more of a living archive. This is kind of the new phase that we're in. We want to have such a huge archive at this point. Is also unusual. As an American institution, Project Save is an American, nonprofit. It is quite unusual, even at this point, in general, any archive, to have over 60,000 photographs in a photography archive is quite serious. So at this point, we are kind of expanding our focus and our reach. Of course, our themes have to do with the Armenian experience globally. But we are starting to pivot and kind of recalibrate so that we are making sure that we emphasize that it is a photography archive. So it's the photographs that are very important, and that what we want to talk about, the power of photography. And then, of course, the subjects that are in the photographs, then of course there's history, there's culture, there's politics, there's family life, village life, city life. There's American history, European history, Armenian history, Soviet history, depending on the photographs. But we're really emphasizing the power of photography itself. I'll show you maybe like two quick ones, again, that are not about Gesaria yet, and then I'll switch to Gesaria. Here's a photograph this is, again, I think this is 1906. Yes, 1906 in West Hoboken, which I think now is called Union City, New Jersey. This is the consecration. They're laying the foundation of the Holy Cross Armenian Church, the Apostolic Church. This is, again, such a beautiful, such a poignant photo. And again, you see this turnout. You see, we can see different classes of people, different age groups, from their fashion and the way they're dressed and so forth. We also get a sense geographically of different communities. Hoboken, Union City. To be honest, I'm not sure right now what kind of an Armenian community is there. But this, again, this gives us an idea of the way Armenians have been such a part of the tapestry, in this case, of American society and American history. This is, turn of the century, pre-World War I. And already these folks are both keeping their heritage alive, while also becoming members of this new world, this new society. And then this is one of my all-time favorites. This photo is taken in Fresno. This is the Nishkian cyclery. This is from 1910 in Fresno. The Nishkian brothers, they are selling, you don't see them here, but here they have the photographs. Here they have, the bicycles, but they were also selling phonographs, record players. So it's just such an incredible photo to me of the industriousness, the ingenuity, the initiative, the hard work, the bravery to, I mean, you have three technologies here in one. You have the photograph, which is still a new technology in 1910. They're selling bicycles, which is fairly new, not so ubiquitous at that time, and phonographs. So just absolutely incredible. And before I just go move on to Gesaria, you know, what we're really focusing on in Project Save, my real, to kind of expand our vision, you know, our archive is a living archive of people that are in the process of becoming. I think that's what we really believe in, about these photographs at Project Save, and what makes us so passionate about them. These photographs they're capturing people in this case in the process of becoming American in the photos that I just showed you. But in other photos, it's the process of Armenians becoming Greek, or, you know, we have photos from Cuba, we have photos from Argentina, from Canada, from Paris, from, you know, all over the world. And these are photos of Armenians trying to negotiate, navigate, and make sense of their reality that they find themselves in, both as Armenians and as citizens of whatever country they're in, including the Ottoman Empire, which is what I'm going to show you next. So that's really, you know, we're expanding our focus to push this idea that, you know, photography is really capturing subjects in the process of kind of becoming, of heading somewhere. So this photo is from Gesaria. This is, as far as I could tell, and I want to, by the way, especially thank our head photo archivist, Marta Fodor, for helping me with these photos. I believe this might be the oldest photo that we have from Gesaria. This is 1875. This is the Yalanesian family. And you can see, oh, sorry about that. This photo was the rugs that are behind there. This photo is probably taken outside. So this was a way to get the light, and they would use carpets to sometimes kind of make sure the light is bouncing off correctly and illuminating the photograph correctly. So, you know, this is quite a snapshot of late 19th century life in Gesaria. And in this next photo, this is 1898, also, you know, right before the 20th century. This is a photo from the boys' school of Surpgarabed, Bank, the monastery. The primate is sitting in the center. There's the teachers. Students are wearing their traditional kind of striped attire. And, you know, again, this is, these photos are so poignant in that they're capturing these citizens of the Ottoman Empire who are trying to negotiate, trying to make sense of a tumultuous second half of the 19th century, when there are different things going on politically, there are different things going on in terms of nationalism, there are different things going on within all of the empires at that time, including the Ottoman Empire. So when you think about that, and you think about these kids who are, you know, trying to get an education, and are in these very formative years, and of course we all know what is coming and what is happening in that time in terms of some of the traditions that are holding. So it's quite a poignant photo. And, you know, I would also say, like for me, as I say, you know, we really want to focus on the materiality of photographs, the photography itself. And I oftentimes, you know, my background is, my academic background and my artistic background is in poetry and in literature. And I'm a musician as well. And oftentimes I look at these photos, and just as works of art, as stunningly powerful, aesthetically powerful artifacts, I don't think we can underestimate them. And I think that's also very important, not just the sociological and historical component, but just the actual composition, structure, luminosity of the photos themselves. This next photo is the Kundakcan family. That's Hayganush and Krikor Kundakcan. This is from 1898 as well. Here, again, and you can see that, these families are doing fairly well. You can tell from their dress. You can tell, even from the fact that they're having their photos taken, you can tell that they are either middle class or upper middle class. And again, they're very poignant and beautiful photos. This next photo is from 1900. This photo is Parser Hazaryan and his family in Gesaria. He was a gold jeweler. And what's interesting about this photo, this would be something very interesting. By the way, these photos are, we are always open to researchers, to questions, to people that are working on projects. So, these photos this is just kind of, as I was putting this together last minute, we put these photos together so that I could share them with you. But, there's probably tremendous amounts that can be researched about these photos. As I say, he was a jeweler. Part of the family ended up in New York City soon after this. And so, here we can see a family that is still cohesive, vibrant at this point before they become kind of fragmented and are scattered across the world for different reasons. Some to just, as I say, to be immigrants like any other immigrant and to kind of explore the new world and to help their families back home. And others due to the catastrophes of the massacres in the 19th century or the Armenian genocide. Here we have Verjin Gouveyan and Seragan Gouveyan, husband and wife. This is around 1910, 1912. So again, pre-genocide. And so you see here this beautiful, the composition of this photo is so powerful to me. The flowers, the embroidery, the amazing, the fashion, the carpet, the kind of the overall presentation of the photo is quite, I think, striking. And again, what is powerful from my perspective is that, you don't have to be Armenian to understand for these photos to resonate. I mean, these are incredible photos just based on the humanity itself, just based on these human beings just trying to live their lives and making their way in whatever context they find themselves in. And it's particularly poignant, these particular photographs before the genocide, when people are still holding on or not even aware of anything called a genocide, or, they have no conception of what's about to befall them. And so we do get to this photo. Now, this is 1915. This is in front of the jail in Gesaria. Tragically, most of these men, this is right before they're about to be sent off to be exiled, killed, death march. Many of these folks, unfortunately, will not survive. So this is an incredibly powerful photo where they themselves don't know what is about to befall them necessarily. And it's so the contrast between the photos I just shared and these gentlemen and all these people probably knowing each other in one way or the other. It's quite powerful. And then finally, the last photo I wanted to share, this is from 1930. So about 2 decades after the genocide. So this is very interesting. This is an Armenian woman. She part of the Varteresyan family. She was kidnapped by the Turks, and she married a Turk with whom she had 3 children. What she's holding there is a photo of her brother's children, and the brother had sent her this photo from America. So it's just an incredible, just an incredible photograph of here's someone who is left behind, and who has tried to, has tried to, in whatever way she can, live with the trauma that I'm sure she endured while making some kind of a life. She has children, she has a husband, and she's tried to somehow move forward with her life, and yet she's holding a photograph. That's also the kind of meta thing here. It's a photograph of her holding a photograph of a part of her personal history that's completely been severed in many ways, and that's just out of reach to her. So it's quite powerful. So I'm gonna leave it there. In closing, I before, if there's time for some questions, Project Save right now, as I say, we're in a transitional time that we're very excited about, and we have many new initiatives that are all aimed at highlighting the photographs themselves. So in other words, what I'm trying to do is expand the vision a little bit and recalibrate things where Project Save, it's implied that it is focused on the Armenian global experience. That part is implied. What I think, what we're going to be doing in going forward, and in the last few months we've been doing, is recalibrating that balance, so that we're really also talking about photography itself, the power of photography, the universal language of photography. One of the initiatives you can see here, we have a series starting on March 8th called Conversations in Photography. The first one is by Tatiana Cole, who is the photo conservator and paper conservator at the Boston Atheneum, which is a wonderful historic library in Boston. She is also one of our advisory board members of Project Save. One of the first things that I did, we have a brand new advisory board that is made up of experts from Harvard University, the Getty Museum, the Smithsonian, the Library of Congress, and other institutions. And most of these folks are not Armenian. They are experts in photography who were shocked to find out that something like Project Save was around for all these years, and who have generously given a lot of their time and passion and expertise to join our advisory board. So Tatiana will be our first speaker. My email is there below, as is the email if you want to just generally reach out to the archives, to myself, or to our archivist. We are open, as I say, the focus is that for the archive to be a living archive. This is not a kind of stodgy, dusty place, kind of just in the darkness somewhere for academics. It's a living, breathing archive. Other than this series, we're going to be announcing very soon, in the next couple of weeks, we're doing an artist residency every couple of months, where we'll be inviting different types of artists to make use of our archives and bring them to life, and to use them in whatever medium they work in, whether that's in writing or video or film, photography, music, painting, whatever it might be. So there are a number of projects. So I hope I hope that you'll all reach out. I think this is such a wonderful event, and I was sorry that Dr. Najarian couldn't make it, but I'm grateful that Maggie was kind enough to ask me to kind of introduce you guys to Project Save, and that I could share some photos that we have from Gesaria. We have probably many more that haven't quite been cataloged yet. So I hope that you'll all reach out and be in touch with us, and down the road, hopefully our paths will cross. And with that, if there are any questions or anything like that, I'm happy to have a discussion.
So much, Arto, and we do have questions, and I would just add that if some of you aren't familiar with Project Save, the save part of the title comes from their origins when a number, Armenians would die and leave boxes of things in their attics, and people wouldn't know what to do with these boxes. And Ruth Tomasian literally saved photos that were going to be thrown into dumpsters. And so the idea of saving, which has been part of the theme, one of the themes we're also looking at today, which is, what do we do with these things and how do we learn from these things? But literally Project Save has been, rescuing is a better word, rescuing our photographs and our artifacts, which are so much a part of our history. And sometimes we don't have the stories that go with the photographs, but it has become a mission of Project Save to still save those photographs so that they can be of use to people studying and wanting to learn more about our history, our past. So in the audience here, do we have questions from Arto? Is it, okay, there are two people here. Let's pass the microphone back.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a comment and I have a question and then I have a comment. So my question is the photos in front of the Gesaria prison, the men's. I've heard that they were all killed except the photographer because he took the photo.
Oh,
That's the story I heard.
Fascinating. Okay.
And then recently, I discovered the names of these people. Do you have that too? You have the names?
I would have to double check. I think we do. Yes, we do. I'm almost 100% certain that we do.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But please, it'll always be nice to, offline if you want to ever be in touch to chat. That would be great.
Yeah, with the numbers and the names
Yeah.
underneath. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. It was
Thank you.
interesting.
Thank you.
And we had another person. There we go.
Yes, if any of us have photos that we like to contribute,
yes,
how would we go about doing that? Through your website?
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, I was actually going to say, we welcome all any photographs that have anything to do with Armenian experience in any way. So, and also I should say, obviously because of this wonderful event, we're talking here about historical photos, right, from quite a long time ago. But we do not, Project Save, we don't focus on a particular time period. So for example, our archivists are licensed and trained and certified in digital born photography. Obviously, that is the way of the world right now. So for example, photographers who have come to us, we're working photographers now who want to donate their photos or work with us in other ways. Of course, those are digital photos, so we take those as well. So I would email, you feel free to email me. It's just arto.von@projectsave.org, or through our website, get in touch, projectsave.org. And then myself and our head photo archivist, Marta Fodor, we can kind of talk with you about what is it you have, and just take it from there. But we welcome all photographs, absolutely. Absolutely. Doesn't matter when or where they were taken or anything like that. And they don't have to be, I think a lot of people think they have to be important photos somehow for people to be interested, but that's not the case. These are just, to us, all photography that is documenting Armenians engaging with the world. It's all interesting. It's all valuable. So
we have a couple of questions online. Sera?
Dr. Vaughn, just want to also share before we get into some questions from Zoom that there was also a comment shared directly on Zoom from Tina H. That's how her name is there, tuning from New York, who actually says that the photo that you showed of the Hazarian family is her family. And the one with
no kidding.
So amazing.
Oh, that's cool.
There.
Tina, if you're listening, feel free to be in touch. That's so wonderful. That's amazing.
And we have, a couple questions here from online. I'll go ahead and just read the full question. The family photo before the one of the children that shows that the matriarch with her hands on her lap with fists, clasped hands, no fingers showing, reminds me of the way Arshil Gorky painted his mother's hands in his famous series, Portraits of the Artist and His Mother. Was this a standard photo pose for the Armenians of the old country during the pre-genocide times?
I can't say for certainty, but what I can say in general is that, again, we have to remember that photography was such a new technology at the time. And unlike today, where obviously it's just taken for granted with selfies and posing for photos and so forth. But at that time, you would notice that a lot of people they wouldn't really smile. They would stay perfectly still, and they would take I don't know if the word regal is maybe the right word, but a certain kind of very still pose, very, very, very still. And a lot of that was because of the technology. You had to stand still for a little bit of time for the photo to actually be captured. So that's part of it. In terms of those specific kind of the hands and so forth, I can't really speak to that. I mean, that's an interesting question for folks to kind of, for example, to explore our database. Right now, I should mention, when you go to our website, we have about 3,000 photos available to be searched online. It's a drop in the bucket compared to the actual photos that we have in the archives. So it's kind of a good problem to have. We're slowly chipping away at that to make more of them available online. But that would be an interesting question to go through that period of time and see, what was the way people were posing, especially in that part of the world, and what might that tell us?
Thank you. And we also had another question. Earlier, we heard from Dr. Vahed Tashian from Hushamadian, and this question
they're
here
great.
asks, I'd be curious to know if Project SAVE works together with Hushamadian to build up their site with photos.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Vahe, I consider Vahe a friend. He's a wonderful person, and Hushamadian is a great project. We're actually very complementary organizations because Hushamadian is kind of they're collecting, highlighting, and writing about and sharing artifacts, especially focused on the Ottoman Empire. Whereas we are only focused on photographs, and we don't focus on any particular region, just any photographs having to do with the Armenian global experience. So yeah, we do have an agreement with Hushamadian. And we collaborate. I spoke to Vahe not soon after I started my position, so that we could, well, I'm sure we're going to collaborate on projects down the road for sure. It's what they do is absolutely wonderful, and I think there's a lot of, they've borrowed photographs from us in the past, things like that, or sometimes if we get artifacts, because a lot of times what happens is people that want to give us their photographs, then they tell us, oh, I have this box of photos, but with the photos, I have my grandfather's medals, I have letters, I have a dress, I have this, I have that. Those things, then we kind of reach out to our colleagues and peers, Hushamadian, Nasser, we'll reach out to Mark, many times we've done so, to the Armenian Museum in Boston. So we always try to collaborate with other institutions, and now we're also collaborating and reaching out to non-Armenian, whether they be museums or photography institutes as well.
Great. Carla, I pass it back to you.
Okay, yes.
Not to add to Yuvan and to answer to Sosi's question, in 2006, the photo that you saw with the intellectuals that was in front of the prison in Sebastia, that was our first lecture with Nasser. That's how we connected with Nasser. And it was Steve Kurkjian. He was investigating for a year because the gentleman who was wearing the white coat, lighter coat in the group in the middle, he wrote to his wife and said, "Kiss my children's eyes," because they knew their demise was coming. His granddaughter hired Mr. Kurkjian or asked Mr. Kurkjian to investigate it. And the photo was found at my good friend at Ruth Thomason's project archives. At the time during the lecture we were holding in the museum, he had only 10 names of the entire group. Since then, he's accumulated more. but he's been so busy. I've always asked him to come back so that we can continue. Hopefully after this conference, because this is a cultural conference, maybe follow up, Mr. Cookjan, maybe presume he would be glad to come and revisit and give us a talk. From that picture that was taken as an announcement in a Turkish newspaper. So I'm repeating what the lecture was, just to give the audience a little bit of information. They were taken to Sebastia and they were killed in Sebastia. But initially it was in Gesaria outside the prison. And then the photographer brought with him the pictures, and then somehow it ended up at Project Save, and we're very grateful to them. Sorry about just taking a few more minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm actually glad, I'm just to interject, Maggie, that you brought that up because I thought it looked familiar, that photograph, and I didn't know why. And those of us who know Steve Kirkjian, at the time he was researching that photo, he was asking many people in the community, do you know who these people are? And because he himself is an investigative journalist, retired from the Boston Globe, from the Spotlight team on the Boston Globe, if many of you will know what that is, highly respected investigative team. He did get to the bottom of who was in that photo, which just goes to show you if there's a will, there's often a way. You don't always get a result in historical research, but Steve Kirkjian was determined to find out who the people were in that photograph.
Yeah, we'll have to. We'll have to reach out to him. Yeah, Ruth. I know that Ruth goes way back with Steve, and he's a good friend to us. So yeah, that it'll be nice to touch base with him about that. That's I didn't know all those details, so that's really good to know. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So before we close this session, are there any other questions for Project Save? Well, with that, I'd like to thank you, Arto, for your presentation. We wish you well with the new mission and the expansion. And for those of you who are listening online, please don't throw out your photos and boxes of papers.
That's right.
And even if you don't know what they are, don't throw them out. Because there could be something valuable in there. So with that, I'd like to thank all of the panelists who took part in today's conference. And I would also invite you who are listening online to join us tomorrow, the same time. And if you are listening and live in California, please come to the exhibition at the Arad Museum. See these amazing textiles and dresses that are not often displayed it's actually a joint collection. You will not see them together like this. So if you have family, relatives, friends who want to learn more about Armenian culture, what a wonderful exhibit this is. I'm just astounded by what I've seen. So please come. It closes March the 7th. And with that, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you to the Arad Museum, and thank you to all of you online who joined us.